Hey my lovelies and welcome back to Bex Square Gaming. I am Scottish Bex and it's time for more Ship Graveyard Simulator 2. We are currently on the Floating Cities DLC. We have done the first one. We are going into the next one. Let's go. Alright, so last time we got our first floating city done and amazingly we actually did manage to do it, which I'm not gonna lie, surprised me a tiny little bit. I didn't think I was gonna pull it off. And we got the I think it was a penguin. Was that a penguin? Out here? I think we got penguin collectible. I'm trying to remember. I think, yeah, there it is. We got the penguin collectible. Okay, so next time we are now on to the next one. This is going to be bigger and probably better, but we're going to see. I'm assuming since my computer managed to handle the last one, it should handle this one. We have MV Blue Dream. I don't know what the MV stands for. Does anybody know what the MV stands for? Like, and I'm presuming that's to do with the... I probably should just Google it, but I like asking you guys because I know some of you actually look into all of this, which is way more than me. I just love gaming in general, so I don't tend to pay that much attention. Blue Dream is a cruise ship built in 2002 in Weimar. Is that Weimar? Weimar, Germany. It has 3 names. First... Okay. And now it's named John C. Blue Dream. Okay, that's... Yep, okay. The ship can accommodate 420 crew members and over 1,200 passengers. That's a lot of... That's a lot. It's a lot. At 15,000 to buy. Contracts-wise, we have 1,800... So what's that? 3, 4, 5 roundabout? No, I don't think it's quite 4 or 5, but and then another. So it's just shy of 10k for our contracts, but it does have high resource value. We have the money to buy in, so I don't have to go sell anything, which is great. So let's just go. This might take a few minutes to load, guys, but let's go. Okay, and we are in. That actually didn't take as long as I thought. It was only about 2 minutes. Yeah, I can see it in the distance. Oh my goodness, look how big it is. All the way from there to there. Oh, and that's from a distance. I think I might cry. In a good way, but, you know, meh. Let's just go, guys. Okay. Is it going to throw anything new at me this time? So what do we need in the contracts? Chairs, wardrobes, shower towels, TV. So this is all kind of stuff we're going to pick up. And yes, this looks like it's all majority of stuff we're going to pick up. So last one we discovered that there was safes. So we can't use the magnet to clear because according to what I read, the safes... oh my goodness, look at it. The safes get picked up by the magnet. Oh, look at that though. It might be massive, but there's chunks of it that are missing. Could do this in sections, couldn't you? You really could do this in sections. I'm kind of a little disappointed, actually. It's not a whole ship. I thought that was going to be a whole ship. I'm a tiny little bit disappointed. I mean, I shouldn't be because... You know... I'm going to move it closer, but stay in the gap. Like so. Alright. So if I want to use the crane element, not the crane element, the magnet element, I think I need to, well, that was poopy. Oh, look. So the sides of it are here. Look at this. Underneath is completely barren. I don't know about this. I'm kind of not sure how I feel right now. It's, I was kind of hoping for something. I'm a little disappointed, actually. I mean, don't get me wrong. It looks really cool that it's in chunks. That is kind of neat. I'm not going to pretend it's not. I just thought we were getting a full ship. I prefer it when we get the full ship. I feel like you see more of what it actually was. And I kind of like seeing what it was. Let's go out. Oh, well, that's not out. How do we get out? It's up, shall we? Oi. It's nice colours to it though. And look at that. That's just... yeah. So we'll do our usual. We'll start with picking bits and pieces up. Which I think is always my favourite start, is sort of clear and layer. Gimme. Gimme, gimme, gimme. A man after midnight. Come on. Apologies, guys, for the poor sound quality that happened on the Ohio class video. I don't know why. My mic just wasn't picking me up. I thought at first maybe it had been cutting me off, but by the looks of it, it was just too far away. I'm constantly tweaking my mic settings because I am in a house with people, and you know, people make noise and play music and do all sorts. So I constantly have to get it so it picks me up. It doesn't pick up all the background noise. And unfortunately, I don't always succeed in getting that right. And I think that was one of those cases. I'd maybe turned it down to too low a sensitivity, unfortunately. Right. Right, so the usual, we'll clear the top deck and then start going through layer by layer and working out what we can and can't drop. I need to be careful, obviously, for how much I drop at one time, because I don't know whether my computer will handle it. You know, we know this. We've discussed this already, so... Right, I'm not going to fuss over the rails. They can stay. See, I mean, like that. Would that not terrify you if you were on a cruise and there was no, you would be up here because there was loungers up here, wasn't there? But then in saying that, it has been hit by something and partially dismantled, so maybe that's what dislodged the deck plate. That's the word I was looking for. That took me a moment. I swear, as soon as I start recording these videos, my brain just stops functioning. And like, I just lose my ability to speak any kind of language of any kind, particularly my own, very rapidly. It's quite impressive, actually, how my ability to not talk occurs. I get the feeling this is going to be similar to the last one, and we're going to have to take some bits off carefully. Like that. That's going to come away of its own accord. That bit's not. I think this is another one of these don't knock down the floors. You just have to... Oh! Look at that. There's two. There's definitely two. There's two greens on the go. That's cool. Right, so there's another piece here. Okay, so... the only good thing with having this the way it's been done means I can do these in sections. Like I can do this bit, then do that bit, then, you know. Hopefully that's a positive thing. Who knows? Who knows? Right, so this looks like this was the bridge. Apparently I'm carrying too much. Oh look, I knocked it down without actually throwing the box for a change. We all know how much I like to do that. Alright. I know they'll probably come down when I bring the roof down, but we've seen in the past that that doesn't always happen, so... I think some things do, some things don't, and I think the grey pipes are particularly notorious for it. So I don't want to have issues. Alright. especially the bends. I think the bends are the worst bits. They do tend to get stuck. Just, you know, gravity doesn't seem to work on certain pieces. I think we're part of reality and part of Warthog? Hogwarts. Warthog. Yeah, I'm going back to bed, guys. What I mean, my brain just stops engaging at a certain point, I think. Quite a detailed bridge, actually. There's a lot of stuff in here. I'm quite liking this. I did really like the last one, actually. I still think the Iba or whatever it was called is still my favourite. Only because of the XCOM vibes. I don't feel like I'm going to get that as much on this one because it is so broken up. I think if it had been a whole ship, I might have got more of the vibes of that and this might have become my favourite. But because it's not... I mean, I get that maybe it's a case of it would have been too big to give you the full ship and people's computers would not be able to handle it. People would be like, what's the point of having a game that, you know, you can't load? And I get that. But at the end of the day... there's that combination. Like, I don't have the best PC on the planet. I don't. But at the same time, you know I have an okay PC. So it's that kind of combination of, I think anybody who has, you know, great graphics and you know, and yeah, they can play the best games on the top graphics settings and all that. And that's great. That's great for them. And I wouldn't begrudge a game that came out that my computer couldn't run because at the end of the day, you know, I get it. Not everybody can afford to get an upgraded computer. I can't afford to go upgrade my computer at the moment. But the thing is that's not... I wouldn't penalise other gamers for that. That's not their fault. You know, why should they not be allowed? Now, yes, the argument should be if games going forward are only amazing games, but they're not. We know there's enough indie games coming out. Some of them are amazing. Some of the indie games coming out are cracking. And they don't necessarily need to have. Plus, there is a plethora of older games that are still to this day amazing. Like, I don't... You know, I'm kind of in two minds. Like, I do get that it's not great when there's a game you really want. Like, I remember when the Sims 3 came out. And I'd been playing The Sims since the original Sims. And my computer was just, at the time, was never going to be able to run it. I wasn't mad that they made the game so advanced that my computer couldn't run it. That's, you know, and that I couldn't afford a new one. That's not, I wouldn't, there's plenty, you know, people who do have that, they do want to see it progress. And there is a level of equality, and I understand that, but I think you can't penalise other people just because they were lucky enough to be in the situation where they were able to get a better PC. That's not fair, guys. So I think for me, I wouldn't have had an issue if they had made a DLC for this game, for example, that was so big my PC couldn't run it. Because let's be honest, if this was a full ship, my PC probably couldn't run it. But that's not other gamers' fault. That's my own. And I don't mean a fault. Fault sounds wrong because it's not really a fault. It's just you're not in the situation you can afford it. That's not really a fault. That's just, you know, but I still wouldn't get mad at people. I mean, as long as it comes with a notification that you can still play all the other DLCs, you just don't install that one, you know. Right, what are we looking at? Right, so I need to take... Okay. Oh, it's a doubles piece! Okay. I want to try get the front out here, but what I'm going to do is maybe go through and clear some of this. I've not done the deck above. Interesting. I thought I'd done this deck. I realised that almost sounded like another word there, but it was deck, I promise. I almost skipped clearing a section. Oh, hello. So the thing I find with these bigger ships is because there's so much more to clear and I like to have a wander through, I do probably waffle a lot more in these bigger ones than I maybe do on the smaller ones. One, because the smaller ones I was kind of learning the game, and now that I kind of know the game and I have the best tools and I'm not thinking about what's coming next, I'm more kind of enjoying just the chill of playing the game and just walking through it and seeing what was in everything. I'm presuming this was obviously like saunas and dressing rooms and all that for this section. So I probably waffle more on these upper ones, these bigger ones. Hopefully that's not, you know. But then at the end of the day, I suppose if you don't like it, you can always mute me and tell me to shut up. But no, I definitely like it. I like waffling as I play. I think I miss that about the live streaming a little bit. It's just been unfortunate that just due to circumstances, we kind of haven't really been able to get back on Twitch. I think if we were to live stream again, I probably would do it on YouTube rather than Twitch. But it's something that's under discussion right now with myself and American Bex. We kind of both want to get back into it, but it's timing for both of us. We both have busy lives and jobs and families and stuff, so it's not always the easiest thing. But I think I certainly would like to get back into doing it a bit more. It would probably be a bit more of me doing it solo, but then it always was in the past. There would be a couple of times we would do it together, but a lot of the time it was just me. Again, just due to workloads, American Bex has a heavier job than me, hour-wise, and emotional drainage and all of that. I mean, I couldn't do her job, bless her. She's amazing. She's my bestie, of course. I think she's amazing. But she is amazing. It's not just a personal, I don't know many people that can do her job. And yeah, so it's not easy to do the live stream. This is why we switched to doing videos, because it meant that we could work around that a bit more. When we were feeling up to it, we could record a whack in one go and then release the videos over a couple of weeks. So when we both were available, that's kind of worked a bit better for us. But I do kind of want to go back to live streaming, and I think if I did, I'd maybe go for simulation-esque games, a bit like this. Like, I would be tempted to play this back through on a live stream where I'm not cutting all the bits out, and I'm just you're seeing me do everything. So you're seeing me do all the heavy lifting and the hard graft, because obviously these places are so big that I do have to cut huge chunks out. I mean, the videos are, by the time I finish recording, are anywhere from 5 to 7 hours or 8 hours. I've got a feeling this one's going to be a long one. So it's not feasible to drop an 8-hour video. I mean, I could drop an 8-hour video. I could just keep all of it in. But I do also, when I know it's a bit that I might cut out, and I can kind of stop waffling for a little bit, which gives my throat a break. So while I'm breaking stuff down, I can give my throat a break. And yes, there's a lot to it. But I do think in the long run, I would like to do more because simulation games, I think, do play in well to live streams, I think, because they're kind of mundane. You're constantly just, you're kind of doing almost like rinse and repeat. Your brain kind of just gets there. I don't think it's as... Is there a bit in there? No, it's in there, right? Okay. Sorry, I'm still trying to account for the space, guys. Let's see, I think I've accounted for all the space. Almost all the space. And this one. Not quite my intention. Where did you come from? Because you were... Oh, the crane lifted up, didn't it? It must have been under the element the crane lifted. I didn't even see that. Thousand? Right, where did that box go? I'm trying to stay tidy. It's going to be a bugger getting back up here, innit? Woo! Spider-Man, that's out there. All right. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, I think we've got this level. So we can now go to the level below, which I think I was in the process of sort of doing, right? Yeah, I was, yeah. Okay, so I don't think there's anything on this level to worry too much, but what I might do is I need to get those stairs out, right? So just let me get in here. Hello? Oh, that was quite a lag spike as it saved. That was interesting. That did fly at me, but I don't know where. Well, I can see it. It's there. Okay, that's fine. Right, so we need to take this section out, right? So if we go along, I'm doing wider than I need, guys, but that's. Man, I can't seem to hit anybody. Alright, back this up. Yes, it's great. It's the two pieces that we got in the other one, which I think was another reason I really liked the other one. Actually, these two, I don't mind the two wall pieces. I just hate the having to do two separate roof pieces. I don't know why, it just kind of bugs me. It's stupid, it just bugs me. There's no reason it should, it just does. You know. Alright, what's blocking it? Oh, okay. Are you ready? Get these out. Right. Let's do some of this clearing. Do you know what we didn't see much of in this last one was pipes, really, did we? Pipes and things like that. We haven't seen as much of that. So what have we still got to do in this series? We still got, at the time, currently, we've still got, I think we still got the steamships, right? And we've still got, what came out after the steamships? We still got the fishing trawlers, I think. I do have the DLCs, so I'll be working to them. And what else have we still got? And then we've got the contraband one, don't we? The contrabando one. Yeah, so we do still have a few to do, which is going to be kind of exciting. Yeah, because I keep my safe in the bath. But no, I mean, would you guys like to see us do some more, whether I say us and or me, depending on what the game is, because again, it's about availability. Do some more live streaming. I'd be curious to know as to whether, you know, you would like to see. Hi, baby. Oh, you princess. Can you get down? I know. Down you go. Good girl, baby. Good girl. Sorry. Dog decided she was coming for a pat. Yeah, so I mean, would you guys be interested in seeing that kind of thing? Or is it a case of, no, you prefer videos because you can... I mean, I suppose the live streams end up as videos anyway, don't they? But you know what I mean, in the sense of no, you prefer the sort of organized set videos where the main junk of bringing down is collapsed? Or would you like to see whole videos, like in the sense of if I was to redo, like, so say I was doing this one, not cutting anything out, so I would post up a full 8-hour video. I mean, I would like to do the live streaming again, definitely. I think that is on the horizon, but it's about time and yeah. What's coming out here? Oh. Hey. It's a lot more safes in this one. I think I had about a grand and a half left, didn't I, by the time I started it, which means it's keeping, well, maybe 2. So it's keeping an eye on how much money I have before we turn in the contracts to give us an idea of how much we made from all the safes. I wonder where the no, I think it was about a grand and a half. It was 16 something I had, and then we bought it for 15,000. So I think, yeah, and plus I've already opened that one that had 1,000 in it already. So yeah, it was probably something like that. Anyway, sorry, as I was saying before the dog decided she wanted to pat. You know, do you want to see full videos of it? Because I'm happy to redo another series on this with me full videos, but then, you know, that's a lot. Or breaking it into parts but keeping it whole, so, you know, maybe breaking it down a little bit, or like you say, just me doing some live with it, which is not the same as the videos. Keep the videos separate kind of thing. I know they become videos, but you know what I mean. So let's get this over here. Pick you up. I think I've emptied those rooms, right? Yeah. I emptied this room yet. I do wonder where the collectible is going to be in this one. It's that room. See, this is what I'm talking about with me, for some reason, not managing to do the knockdown thing properly. I do it every time. It says click it to knockdown, and then you click it, and then all of a sudden it's telling you to throw it. You're like, eh. So frustrating. Alright, let's get this way. Is this, no, I'm gonna need to get up there and take that out. Whoa! Or I'll just fall off too. That works nicely as well. So let's take this edge off here. And that can come out. So something else that needs to come out is here. So we're going to have to go upwards here. Bees. Oh, cross? There's a cross junction above it. Right. Alright, so this should free us up to try get this out, I think. Oh, not quite. Might need to take this out as well, actually. Alright. Carrying too much, apparently. We go. Right, let's get the gunk I just knocked down cleaned up. Let's see if we can get this out. Whoa! Don't, I can just fall. Nope, too far over. There we go. There we go. So I think we got the one above, right? So what's on this level? What the hell is that? That is weird. Okay, let's... Here? No idea what this is. Kind of office space, study, library, something. Alright. Well, whatever it is, I can't get round it. Okay. Have a look. So it's under here, right? Oh, is it connected to this? Maybe, maybe. Private deck areas, maybe? No, because it looks like it opens up to... This looks like more elements I'm going to have to be super careful of. So I'm assuming this bit needs to come out first, right? Because this bit... Yeah. So what is this and how do I get it out? Okay. Alright. Oh, please don't break anything. That's my biggest worry. Oh. Okay. What about this side? Is this going to be the same? Yep. Okay, did not see that coming with whatever that black piece is. Well, that piece is away. Okay. So what I'm going to do is take down the roof piece above it just in case. Right, so what's blocking this? Nothing. Oh, well, it must have been the roof piece that was blocking it, right? This one so far. Right. Ooh. Oh, it's like a theatre or something? Interesting. Right, well, for a start, I think this piece is going to need to come out, right? because I think this is blocking. I would say that's a yes. Right. That piece looks like it just lifts out. Interesting. Right, what have we got here? Right, so something over here is screwing with it. What I might do is just run along and drop this here. It won't do it any harm. It just gets rid of the shelf as such that's hanging over. I'm liking this one so far. I think all the emptiness underneath feels like a wasted opportunity for stuff that they could have had in, but I assume they're doing that to try keep the file size and the processing time of this particular build down. But I feel like I don't think you would need to. That might be me personally. I don't think time for me wouldn't matter. I think I wouldn't really care if it took me 2 days to do it in terms of, you know, in small increments. I probably wouldn't give a crap. But I get that other people want that. In today's world, I think people want quick wins. They want satisfaction quickly. They're not, you know, it's why so few people read now. You know, when you think about the difference between flicking through TikTok and reading a book, you know, the satisfaction it takes, you've got to get to the end of the book before you really get your satisfaction. And I think, you know, as in that completed feeling. And I think people want that too quickly now. And I think therefore longer games, longer simulation games, people are maybe less inclined to enjoy because they want the quick satisfaction. I don't spend that much time scrolling through social media and things anyway. Probably an age thing, to be honest. I am a little bit older, so that's probably why. I'm on the cusp of all of that, but it's, yeah. Can we get what's holding that in? There's one piece somewhere. That one, is that it there? That one piece holding it in? Big boxes. This is kind of cool. Oh, it opens that right up for me. Nice. All right. So that's what that big curved bit is. Okay. All right. I like this. You're seeing a lot of different stuff. I think that's what's been the beauty of the big ships, is that you're seeing so many new cool functions, rooms and stuff that's making it way more exciting to actually empty. I can understand why you wouldn't want to use a magnet for this, because this is too much fun to you see all of this. Maybe for other people, they don't care, they just want to do it in the fastest time possible, and that's where I think challenge modes would be really interesting, because I think it would allow people who want to do the whole fast and furious thing, they just screw it, just empty it, whereas I'm very much more an explorer and enjoy. I mean, you've seen it with the games I play, guys. Like the games that are like, oh, it's going to take you 3 hours to complete, take me 4 or 5, because I like to see everything. I like to wander around. I like to look at everything. It's just the way I game. just what I enjoy. I'm a very curious person in terms of what's in it. I like to see everything that the devs built for you to see. I want to see all the effort they put in. I want to appreciate it and enjoy it. I mean, these guys spend, let's be honest, maybe it comes from the job that I do, but they put a lot of effort into some of this. I mean, I'm not saying everyone does. Some of them it is just a money-making scheme, but the majority of them put a lot of love and devotion into what they build. And I think especially like the indie ones, the indie developers, and I think it is labours of love for them. And I think I like to see that. I like to see you know, because for them it's their baby. They built it and they're excited over it. Yeah, it might not excite us to the same way it excites them, but they get excited over it. And I think there's a level of appreciation for that, looking around, seeing all the love they put into it. I think for me, it's a big part of the games. I like to be able to look at them and appreciate them and be like, yeah, this is beautiful. Well done, guys. You know, this is cracking. I'm not doing the floor, Becky. You're doing the roof. I can see a lot of this, yeah, ending up all over the place as you do it, to be honest. Right. I'm trying to keep it semi-clean. I know I'm not quite managing all of the tidy up. I think I'm doing better than... Sounds like it's moving, so that sounds like a good sign. I think I'm going to take this roof off. Like, so I'm going to have to drop the floors above to get that out. So, is that maybe worth dropping it to here to try and get this out? I'm not sure. Gonna work this out, or whether it's just worth just trying to drop that section above it. Let's have a look, because I'd have to go back to what, like here, maybe? I don't know if it's worth just dropping it, maybe? Ah, the while you try work it out moments. I love it how the half pieces though are still double pieces. Right, let's... I think we need to try drop to here, right? I don't know how I do this. Because that's going to be a bugger to get to, right? Maybe if I'm standing on these. Have to maybe get them from above. Bollocks! Parkour in the... Whoa! Gonna maybe have to get that piece from above. Alright, little piece, off you go. Fly! That piece didn't move. Why did that piece not move? Okay. Let's see why that piece didn't move. This is gonna be a bit of a ball ache, isn't it? Oh, this is gonna be an absolute ball ache to get it out. There we go. Alright. It's one walled out, set of walls down. Right. Cookies. Right. To be honest, I don't think it's a bad thing for me to be dropping some of this anyway, in the sense of I kind of want to be not... I don't want to be dropping too much in one go anyway, because it's the size of the ship, so I think, I don't think it's a bad thing. That I have to bring it back to this level. I've got to stop doing that, guys. I've got to stop doing the half sentences and stopping. My brain goes a little bit faster than my mouth, so the problem I've got is that my brain's already finished the sentence, so my mouth just stops halfway through. I gotta stop doing that. That's not very good for recording. Right. Right, so I've done pretty well. I've got this section cleared. It's really just the walls that kind of go along here that I need to still get down. But I think I need to get some of them from outside like we did on the other side. So let's see what I can get down. Is that the last wall? That was the last wall. I'm trying to look to see if I'm getting any of the... Yeah, look at that mess. I didn't see anything about support elements destroyed, so I'm hoping that's a good sign. Alright. Can't see anything. Let's get some of this cleaned up, shall we? Alright, so let's clean up this that we just dropped. I would like to use the magnet, but I don't know how many floors below it goes, so I don't want to risk losing any of the... I really did say last time I was going to need to start going ahead and clearing all the floors so I can use the magnet, didn't I? But it is what it is. Okay, so I've not cleaned up the bit in the middle yet, but I have cleaned up everything that was at the front and the back, and it did dawn on me. It doesn't really make a difference to you guys as to whether I can use the crane or not. It's me it makes a difference to, because I just cut to it for you guys. So it doesn't, from that perspective, it doesn't really affect you guys. It's my cleanup time that it affects, which it doesn't bother me. I enjoy the game massively, so whether I'm doing it piece at a time or, you know, it doesn't faze me really one way or another. Right. So let's try get some of this out, right? So I'm gonna have to right, is there, oh, missed a whack there. So there is bits at the front as well, okay? So, whoa. It really lags when it's saving. I'm presuming they would bolt these down on cruise ships to stop things moving or rocking in the high seas.
Hello, जहाज है? क्या आपके पास कोई जहाज है? कोई बात नहीं.
Right. I did miss a few of my boxes, which I think I'll go down and sort now while that's going. I also want to do some cleanup of the stuff that tipped over the edges. I don't want to end up having to do too much at the end. I'd rather keep things clean and feel like I've done it section by section rather than having massive amounts at the bottom at the end, especially in case I need to, I might not be able to record it all in one go. I might have to record it over a couple of different days, and I don't want to come in and be like, oh, why was that there? What did I do? I'd rather keep it clean and tidy where possible. I know that means a couple of extra minutes to step out and do it, but I think I prefer that, just personally myself. I don't know all the little... There shouldn't be much more. You can see bits that have already fallen through that'll come out when the hull comes down. I'm not going to overly stress tiny bits at the moment. Let's sit on a block. As always, I'm an hour and 10 minutes in, and I've only just turned on my torch. This does seem to be a theme for me, doesn't it? I think it's because I don't feel this game's particularly dark, so my brain doesn't go, I can't see, turn on the light. Can I creep under? Oh, you can! Let's see if there's anything else that we want to have a look around. Yeah, there's a few bits that fell over. Like you say, it's just about keeping it semi-clean. It doesn't have to be 100% perfect, but as long as it's a little bit cleaner. Because I'll not remember and I'll not be looking properly if I have to take a break. So it's better that I can get the bits that I know sort of spilled over rather than stressing it. Is that musical notes? That's quite neat. Okay. Alright, let's get up. I did an okay job cleaning. Yeah, I'd say so. Right. We're not there yet. Still need to go up a bit. Or fall through. That works too. Alright. So we got to here, right? all the bits left behind after those pieces moved. Alright, I'm happy with that. Okay, so next things next. I need to take this next layer out, but what I think I need to do is drop it. So I need to work back to where I think I need to go and then drop the roof to there. So one back from here is what I need to go across. Let me up. Alright. Okay. So something is still holding this up. I don't know if it's these circly bits or the half circle bits, shall we call it? I don't know if it's that either. So let's just whack these out and then we'll find out. No, something else is supporting this. It could just be this in general, if that makes any sense. Like, it just could be that so close to the roof that technically... We've had this before when pieces are close enough, like the half pieces are close enough, it kind of acts as if it is. We talked about it before, about the block concept and the space that the block takes up, so therefore it's marked. It's kind of like in 7 Days where you can put a half block down, but it acts as if it's a whole block, so although you can see through it and shoot through it, it supports all the blocks above, because as far as the game's physics are concerned, it's a block. The whole block's there. Possibly that. Or it could have been that wall there. Alright. Yeah, I know I'm carrying too much. Let's see if we can get over here somewhere to start throwing things out. Let's go over. Oh, or up would be easier. Not that far, thanks. Right. Over here. This piece I'm looking for, maybe. I think it is. Yes, it is. Okay. Get up there. So I'm really glad I didn't take those down. They are coming in very handy. All right. Need to go along this area and clear it out. I might do that in a minute. So let's clear this section out. So this looks like this was some kind of public, well, it's all public areas other than the rooms really, isn't it? But you know what I mean. No! And that's a safe. Every time. I'm kind of where's yes. We still haven't come across the collectible for this one. Sorry, I was channeling Susie as out there. I do prefer her older stuff. Sort of, yeah. Comedy from the 90s was particularly good. Right, so we've got the majority of this section is cleared. I wasn't intending to do it, but there wasn't many walls, so I thought, why not? Mainly, I don't know mainly why, I just did. I think my brain just kind of went into automatic pilot, to be honest. I was thinking, oh, I need to get this down to get this out, but I didn't actually need to take, but there was only a couple of walls. It's not like there was mountains of it. It was a little bit. Trick now is doing the dance of getting all of this out. Ooh, over we go. All right, that should get us this section out. Get them up there. Come on. Still need to clear this section. I haven't really cleared this section yet. So let's do that first, shall we? That's interesting. I just spotted a safe over here, which means one of two things. It either means that safe was always there or it fell from the floor above. And I know I missed a few things on the floor above because when I was clearing out the other section, there was a few bits and pieces that had obviously dropped from the floor above. I obviously missed something. So here's my thought process. At least means that if it falls through, you don't lose the safes, like it doesn't break the safes. That's at least something. So you can't take them out with a magnet, you lose the money, but you can at least, yeah. I presume the idea being that if you take it out with the magnet, the guys at the warehouse open it instead of you, and they get the bonus. So, you know. I'm assuming that's the mentality of it. It's a lot of cut points. Oh, that can go out. Nice. That makes access to my truck much easier. Happy with that. This one so far, it's been quite different. I do think I am a little bit disappointed from looking at it and the fact that it does look like it's quite, like, there's only like 6 floors or something, and then it's completely hollow underneath, plus huge chunks in the middle. But I understand, like I said before, I think that's to do with size, to make it easier, so that most people can play it, so that it's not a case of only the best computers can run it. I get that, although it would be nice if they did. And do you know what they could do? They could have done this, and then what they could have done is then done like a restricted version to limit down frame usage and stuff. So this could be the restricted version, and then they could have a full version for, you know, so you could choose to run the restricted version of the ship, or, you know, to limit down, you know, so it's like it's the same ship, but there's just like this chunks of it out for a restricted version, maybe. I don't know. So basically there's less of it, so that it's not as intense for everybody's computers. But the people that can run a full one could run a full one. I think that would be a nice balance between the two. I don't know if other people agree, but I think that would be a nice balance. Let's get this out, shall we? And then we can get this stage out, I think, next. I presume it had to have a lot of sections holding it down because of the weight of that would easily break a small bond. If you think about on the ship with rocking and... Or maybe I'm just overthinking it.
आपके पास कोई जहाज है? कोई बात नहीं। Hello, क्या हाल है?
So we got the front section here off. There's still another bit down there too. Ooh, look at that. They can go as well. That's interesting. I don't want to take that in case it breaks the side piece. Is there another? Yes, there's another clip there. Did I miss one at this side? No, I didn't. I got the one at that side. Okay. That one can go. Then that one. That one. That one. I think we're doing well. We are an hour and a half in, and I think I'm pretty happy with what we've done so far. I mean, we're almost back to deck level. Not quite, but, you know, I feel like this has gone pretty smooth. I might have just jinxed myself, but so far it's been pretty smooth. Doesn't mean it's all going to be pretty smooth, but, you know. So this is obviously going to come up in pieces. The trick's going to be doing it in the right order so you don't break any of it. Is there any pieces at the back here that's... Nope, okay. Interesting, because the heavy elements so far have all been, like, they've been quite interesting pieces rather than the usual engines. And I mean, I imagine we'll get to that. I imagine we'll get to the whole engine thing at some point. Right. Is there any higher up pieces? No is the answer to that. Alright, so let's see what's... So that, I think... Right, I think... Ooh, look at that. Looking nice. Alright, let's see what we can get out here. Okay, if we go... The tall pieces first, I think would make sense. And then there's some bits at the front here. Alright. Should we just bring down this wall and... Yeah, let's just do that. The extra 3 seconds it'll take me, let's just bring this bit down. And when we pop this should also drop the roof. Oh. What was that? That was something weird went over my screen there. Oh, it'll have been the crane element, won't it? It'll have been the crane, yeah. Yeah, it's still doing its thing. Ooh. Another hidden. But only £50 this time. Okay. Hopefully not too many pieces take a swan dive. All right. I didn't need to do that piece. I didn't need to drop that wall and drop this roof, but it's just one more thing that's down, isn't it? And I think one less thing to drop from above. Might as well do it. It was a simple line of wall to drop all of it. I might as well do it kind of scenario. I mean, look, you can see it's empty underneath. It only seems to do sort of like 4, maybe 6 layers and 6, 7, and then it's completely empty for like what could have been another 3 layers or something like that. It's a bit weird, but hey, if that's the way they're doing it. I'm presuming it's meant to have been cargo space or something, and obviously It's got nothing in it now, but... Or water flooding area for, if the, you know, safety space for the... I don't quite understand how the flotation thing works, but you know what I mean. I think you knew where I was going with that. Right. So that is this layer. Cleaned out. But I now need to start working on the layer below. So. Taking out that piece at the back. So let's drop here. See? It's... No longer need to stand on them. They've done their job. Alright. Don't know how much fell down. Oh, look, there's quite a bit on the ledge, but... Ooh, saving again. It really does grind to a halt when it's doing that. Oh, a lot to come off. I get the feeling, yeah, we're going to get more and more as we go down the layers. Although I don't know how many more layers... 2 or 3, maybe? I don't know how many more layers we've got till we reach... You know, the last layer before the... Alright. You know what I'm getting at, guys. Oh, the hell is that? Is it a wall? Not a wall? I don't know what that is. I think it's a wall piece, yes. Oh. Look at that. Alright. Hidden little nooks and crannies from where it's blown apart, which I suppose is maybe why they've also done it as the partial one. It's not just about that, it's about making it so that there's certain stuff hidden in different corners, which makes it slightly harder. Probably. It's part of it. Right. Do you remember the good old days when you'd be playing a game or streaming or something, and you'd get a text message and your speakers would go do 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 right before the text message came in, and you always knew, like you always knew when the streamer was getting a text message or whatever. Anyone remember those days? Am I just old? All right. Clearing the hallway first makes sense, I think. Oh, that was a buckled edge there. I was about to go, really? They've added buckled wood in? That's cool. But no, they've not. It's just me havering, guys. It's fine. Well, crap. I don't know if this is the floor I was on, but screw it, I'll do it anyway. I think it is. I think it was just the other side of this floor I was on. I think it was actually. Yeah, it was. See? Alright. No, I was going to say, I think I'm going to hit that. No, that's not what I was trying to do. That's what I was trying to do. Okay, so let's open up a space here to get through. Thank you. I'm going to toss the damn boxes. Right. Okay, I was working along here. What I might do is finish this outside ledge first. Interesting how less fell on this side than the other side. Gravity does some weird and wonderful things. Certainly in this game. Alright. It's not bad little rooms, actually. Babies. Right. Ooh. I thought that. Oh! Ooh, I pooped a brick there. Alright. Did I bring down a swall a little bit? Make throwing a little bit easier. There you go. Alright, next space. The rooms are quite same-ish, but I don't think that's necessarily an issue. I do think if this had been a complete ship, this might have felt more XCOM-y for me, but I think because it's in pieces, it doesn't have the XCOM vibe quite the same for me as the other one did. I know the other one wasn't quite 100% complete, but it only had a chunk out of it. It wasn't, you know, still more than this one. With the weird spaced walls, I think it was to add the light, but then if it's if the wall curves in, you put a light there. You block. I can understand putting a pillar there, but these edges block filling the hallway properly with light. I don't know why you would do that. Why would you design that? I mean, unless you're going for some kind of mood lighting where you're trying to limit the amount of light, but then that's going to cost, the more lights, the more electricity you have to burn, the more fuel. So why would you do that? I'm overthinking. Becky, stop. Alright, another room down. Another random pause as the game decides it wants to save. I like the panda mats. So we've got, we've got these bits to do, right? I'm not sure I'd want my room backing up onto onto one of the toilet spaces, and here's why. Obviously not smell. Smell wouldn't get through the walls. Meaning for noise of people using public bathrooms, would that not be kind of constant? Like, think about when you're in a hotel and you can hear the guys in the room next door when they go for a shower. You can hear the shower running. So think about that every time somebody's flushing a toilet, or, you know. Again, I am totally overthinking, but that's welcome to where my brain wanders to while I'm doing this stuff. I think that's this side completely done. Let's do the other side now. I do need to maybe get this out. Might be an idea. Right. Space. It's crew quarters, do we think? Decent higher up on the crew because it's a decent sized room. Maybe not. Could be. It's weird that it had the overalls hanging up. That would make me go crew quarters. Surely the crew quarters would be below deck, unless you are a higher up member of the crew, I would have thought. Right, so wait, what's it going to take to get this off? Right. So some of this. It's that. Okay. Really? All of that?
आपके पास कोई जहाज
Jeez, that was ridiculous. Okay. Alright. Let's clear over this so I can get that piece away as well. Before it drives me crazy. Okay, let's go through. That's done, that's done, that's done. That's done. This room's not done. Next room up. I mean, not a lot of walk around space in your cabin, but you probably wouldn't need. I don't know. It depends how much room time you you'd plan to spend in your room. I suppose. I suppose the whole point of a cruise is you take advantage of the facilities on board, swimming and spas and stops at port, and you know, I'm assuming. I don't know. Never done one. Don't really want to. Not a dig at them, just not something that I want to do. Never been inspired to do one. I can see the appeal for people. There's just not an appeal for me. Each to their own as to what you consider a holiday. Now, cottage, up in the Highlands, with my dog, and nobody around for a week. That's a holiday for me. Don't get me wrong, like there's so many places out in the world I want to see. Like I really want to go to Japan. I've always wanted to go to Egypt. I think there's loads of places, particularly if it's connected to ancient cultures, that I've always wanted to see. But that to me wouldn't be a holiday. I don't find doing a million different things relaxing. That's not a holiday to me. It is to other people, but it's not to me. Completely shutting down is a holiday for me. But going away and seeing those places is still something I want to do in terms of, it's not really a holiday, but more an adventure. Let's see what needs to come out.
Hello, क्या हाल है?
Just that one thing at the end. That's really annoying. So everything else, the other side had mountains that had to come out. And this one just needs that. Me? Go figure. I had to take half the walls down on the other side, but no, apparently not on this side. This side just needs that little bit. Alright. Alright, let's see what this does. That's at least another layer done. Go down one more. I think we've only got maybe 3 layers. We've got 3 layers left of this section. We're at 2 hours. If I can get this section done by the time the 3rd hour's up, I would be quite happy. But we will see. We will see. Right, let's start clearing. I mean, that would be 20 minutes a section, a layer, but I don't know if I can be as successful as that. But, you know, it would be nice. Not holding my breath. Right, so this is part of the middle section, I think. I think the section we were looking at ends sort of here, but I think they're going to start to roll into one, so we'll have to see. Don't throw yourself off, Becky. That's a really bad idea. I mean, I can't think of anything worse than this crowded space. I know people are sitting down and it's quiet, but I imagine that constant sound of people, like, that to me is not not abreast. I can get for other people, it wouldn't bother them. And do you know what? You're lucky if that's the case. Only because people are gross. Like, you know, like the constant, especially if you've got somebody who like pure heavy, you know, sniffs inwards and pure snorts inwards, like to, instead of, you know, blowing their nose like a normal human being. And I'm not talking about when you've got cold and stuff like that, you can't always help it, but you know what I mean? Like, you know the person I'm talking about. That's so gross. I met a few of them in my time and even lived with a few of them in my time. It's gross. Blow your nose. You don't need to hawk it into your up your nasal passages and then, you know, gob it out. Alright, princess. Down you go. Okay, just let me finish this little bit and then I'm going to take you OUT. Take a break and take you OUT. You're a good girl. Yes, you are. Alright, did I get this disconnected? I did. Alright. Public toilet spaces, other spaces. I'm going to go through the hallway first. I can't be arsed pulling the ceiling lights off. I'm just going to leave them. They can come down when the roof comes down. Don't think there's a quest for them. I need to give myself more throwing space. Can I give myself more throwing space? Is this going to work? No, maybe not. That worked though. Right, so this bit here, how does this need to come off? Destroy all the connectors and the hull adjacent. So are we down to the bit that now becomes... I think we're technically down to deck now. So I think we're good. Right. I probably don't need to be collecting everything, guys, at this stage, but I think if I didn't, I would miss the safes, so I'd rather do it. I imagine some people don't bother. I imagine there's some people who just go through, get the heavy crane elements that they need out, ignore all of the components that are there, and then just drop it all and pick it all up, like in one go. I mean, it's probably faster, but I kind of like exploring. I like... These are so big, I like the exploration portions of this. Maybe I'm stupid, but I do. I enjoy the exploration side of it. Plus it gives me a chance to find these. Oh, come on. There we go. Alright, some more rooms. I should probably do the other side first and then knock open some of the walls. That probably makes sense, but, you know. Yeah, I think this is deck level. I'm tempted to bring everything down to this level. But there's a lot of walls here. That didn't hit, but it's fine. It's not ideal, but I'll clean up afterwards. I'm not going to faff around too much. Let's get the clear done, shall we? Not seeing any. I mean, not every room is gonna maybe have a safe left, because you've got to remember these are not abandoned, but I suppose, yeah, they're decommissioned ships, so not every one. Some of the stuff will have been taken out of the ships, so not everything's gonna always have. Twin cabin. Okay. I do like what they've done with the game, though. I mean, definitely some interesting stuff. I mean, they've made the rooms look realistic and appealing, I think, which I think is a nice touch. You genuinely feel like you're looking at, well, because I imagine rooms on a cruise ship would look similar to rooms on a hotel. So I'm assuming, you know, that again, it's an assumption, but I think it rings true for what I would expect. Now, again, never done one. My expectations may be wrong, but, you know. The good thing with needing to take the dog for a W is it's going to give me some fresh air and reset my brain a bit, because I can feel I'm starting to lag. I do. I mean, that's the downside with these really long records, is that I feel like my brain, if it's not, like, it's different for, like, horror games, because your adrenaline is running at 1,000 miles an hour. So because your adrenaline is running, you don't get as tired as such. Whereas I think when you're doing sort of these kind of games, and you're not doing as much puzzly element, like we're not doing as much of the puzzle elements. My brain's not really needing to think right now. I mean, there was little bits I've had to do, but I've not really had to do that much, let's be honest. So when you get to bits like this, it's kind of almost puts me to sleep, and not in a bad way. Like I can imagine playing this and then doing a bit of meditation before you settle down. And I say meditation, I mean as in just no screen time for a little bit before bed. Would actually be very soothing and put you to sleep quite well. I personally, I would think, but you know. Got that kind of feel to it, doesn't it? Might go at the back here. I hate how you can't get these ones easy. Let's check here. That's what I was looking for. I do need to go down there and clean up a little bit, but that's okay. So much of it's already collapsed down there anyway. Alright. I'm gonna finish clearing this floor before I take a break, I think. Right, it's the middle section. That TV weighed a lot, my goodness. I finished this, but did I? No, I didn't. Ha 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 ha. There's always going to be a room or two I've missed. I mean, when I dropped the other layers, there was a whole load of galley equipment came down, so I obviously missed a room up there. I mean, you never get it perfect. I mean, you guys might, but I never get it perfect. But I don't think it's the end of the world as long as you're getting the heavy elements so that you don't break anything. I think that's all that really matters. I think me adventuring to see what's in here is more for a personal enjoyment rather than a game requirement. I mean, it could be if you don't wander into the right area and you miss a piece of heavy equipment, then yes. That's where it could be a problem for the game, but overall, I think the submarines were better at that. They were better at hiding equipment pieces that you didn't see until it was like almost too late, and you were like, "Oh, how did I miss that?" You know, that could have been deadly, but submarines were definitely better for that. But that's because it was such close quarters, tight spaces. Definitely easier to hide more of that. Because it was much harder to account for the space. I've said it before that sometimes different ones make it easier to see or hide the space. Sometimes big open spaces make it harder to account for the space, and sometimes it's easier. It just depends on the number of walls or I personally think it just depends on the number of walls and other factors, but I mean, I'm presuming everybody else does that. I'm presuming you all do that. You all account for the space. It's not a me thing. I'm pretty sure most of us do it. We account for the space to know, oh, I must have missed a room, or that kind of idea. I don't think that's an idea unique to me. I think that's probably a normal way of playing the game of, have I accounted for all the space? Because if you've accounted for all the space, you're less likely to have a surprise, oh, I didn't know that piece of equipment was there moment. There was no bed in this one, just chairs and hooks and bathrooms and a TV. So I'm assuming these are maybe unless they had fold down beds there that have disappeared. I was going to say maybe they were crew rest areas, not necessarily bedrooms, but as in like staff rooms kind of concept. I feel like I'm missing part of this. I feel like this doesn't feel like I've accounted for all the way up to here. Maybe I have in the last room I went into, but it didn't feel like I did. No, I did. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. I think I want to go down and do a bit of cleanup, right? I'm happy with this. I think I've covered this floor. What I want to do... Not really looking to clean up down here. I'll clean this up when I get to it. Level-wise, I think... Pick up a few pieces. I think what I'm mainly looking to do is get out here and pick up boxes that I just randomly can throw in other directions for apparently shits and giggles. Because, you know, even though the truck is right there, I'm just going to randomly throw off in another direction because it amuses me, apparently. I'd be tempted to try to take that side down, but... Right. I think that's... Yes, we've done to that level there. So we've still got a little bit below it to do. I'm going to take a short break, but I'm just wanting to... The part of me that's like, I need to clean up. I don't want to leave the... Yeah, it's stupid. I just don't. Here's another thought, right? So the magnet can pick up... Well, we know from what I read online, the magnet can pick up unopened safes. Can it pick up your collectible? There's a thought. Like, if you use it and you haven't picked up the collectible yet, can you lose the collectible? Because you don't technically click on it and... Did you see where I'm going? I don't know. I need to have a look. That's an interesting theory. I haven't checked that. I haven't tested that. I haven't read about that. So, I don't know. What would be interesting as well if they had more stuff on the outside of the ship hull? So, like lights and stuff. That would be kind of interesting. Like running lights. I don't know. Anyway. Just my brain wandering as always, guys. Like it does. Let's take a look at this. So, we're here. There's no way there's not anything else under here, right? Surely there's another... Yeah, there is. There's another 2 floors. It's just... Right. Oh, I've got myself stuck now. It looks like it starts to go bitty from this point on, so we need to be careful, right? So I think at this point, maybe drop this front, separate out, and then start doing what I've done. I would normally drop to there, but I don't think I need to stress too much about that. I've cleared out the spaces. Yeah, right. 2 seconds. I'm going to go take the dog out for a W and get some fresh air for myself. Alright, I also grabbed a small banana and oat and raisin muffin while I was out. Homemade, so very limited sugar, no processed crap in it. Anyway, what are we doing? Let's maybe... Should we maybe separate and release some of this, do we think? Well, let's have a look down here. Oh, there we go. Okay. I mean, this just feels like massive amounts of waste space. I don't understand the logic of the build. Maybe this is genuine. Maybe this is how the ships are with all this open space underneath them. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but I imagine maybe it's to do with buoyancy. I don't know. Whoa! You know, a space full of air. Who knows? I don't know anything about ships really, so I can't. Right, let's go along and separate this top, right? Alright, there you go. I'm gonna run along here and grab these. So I can pull the piece off. Apparently I can't seem to find the go in the general direction then. Let's just try separate this front portion off. I think it's going to make life a little bit easier. I'm also going to feel like I'm accomplishing something, I think, which is the main aim. It's also going to give me a better idea. Like, if I can clear those rooms, surely I can just drop this. Right? Am I, you know, not thinking sensibly here? I don't know. Like, surely you can just... I don't know. Don't know, guys. I thought I threw a box in this general direction. Oh, it's way over there. Okay. Probably from the height, it probably bounced a lot due to the height, right? Because I'm thinking once we get that, we can just drop it, take it out from the sides and drop everything into the ship, right? Oh, am I not thinking this sensibly? I don't know. That was close. See, that one didn't come anywhere near me.
आपके पास कोई जहाज है?
Interesting. Get down. Because one thing is, you just slice along there and drop everything down. Once you've cleared the spaces, I would have thought maybe that's a quick way of doing it. Because you've cleared the spaces, you can then just use the magnet. I don't know. Random. That was very random. It didn't drop me out where I was. It dropped me out miles away. That was definitely random. I think that piece has moved as well, hasn't it? I've been going 3 hours and I've still got like an entire ship to do. Insane. Well, 2.5. It's 2.5 by the time you take off my break, and yeah. All the cutting, all the cutting. I suppose that's the difference. I feel like I haven't done a lot, but actually, when you look at the fact that there's nothing in this lower third of the ship, I've actually done a lot more than it seems, because there's not actually as much to do underneath. I didn't go anywhere. Never mind. So here's my thought process, is leave the other walls on. And here's why. That way when it collapses down, it maintains it in the scoop area. Maybe? Thought process? What the f- would you stop doing that, game? I mean, yeah, there's stuff down here, but I highly doubt there's going to be... We could have a check just to make sure that there's no, what's the word I'm looking for? Safes, so that when we do drop everything, it doesn't matter, because we know that everything down there's already been checked. And because we've been through all the rooms... We know we'll have gotten all the safes from all the rooms, so... You know, if we go down and check everything up here first, make sure that we're not missing any... Looks like stuff that we've dropped down, but that might not have been us. This could be, because we've not really dropped anything in this space. I'd say it's either stuff that's fallen through, glitchy, or it's a case of it's intentionally always been there from... The idea from when the ship was damaged or whatever. Yeah, so if we go down here and just make sure that I'm not seeing any. I just wanted to check there was no safe, so that if I drop this area, like I'll maybe cut it to here. If I drop this area and then use the magnet to scoop it all out, I haven't caused any issues because I've already checked that there's no safes. Which is fine, because that's what we don't want. Alright, clean up ongoing. I could be cutting these points, but I'll come back for them. I'm not going to stress them right this second. I mean, what might be worth doing is cutting there, and then taking this middle section out, and then separating it into two portions, but I don't know. I always think about these things, then don't always do them. It's just my brain going, is there a more efficient way of doing this? Is there more, you know... I think that's us. I don't think there's any saves and stuff down here at the moment. I think we're fine with that. Right. Okay. What the f- Really? Right. Let's get more of this down, right? Aye, matey. Right, let's go. We're not going to comment. We're not going to comment. I am an adult. I'm an adult. I am an adult. Right. Interesting. It doesn't have all the connectors destroyed? Alright. Oh. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Right, so I think what we need to do is run through these 2 layers, clear them, and then drop the sides, right? Is this what we're thinking? I'll drop the sides on this because I've already cleared this floor, right? So as I go, only then drop the sides. So apparently we're playing basketball with grenade skin. Alright. Tempted to move it round the front. What I do want to do is get this side piece off though, because this side piece is bugging the crap out of me. Right. Let's do the next floor. Okay. What is holding? Is the winch, right? But what is the size of the piece is the question. It isn't actually as tall as it looks. Alright. So it's going to make more sense to move around the front. Maybe? I don't know. Yes, because I can't throw... Yes, yes, okay, yes. Let's do that. Let's move it back once I've done it, but well, hoopies. So what I need to do is break my way in. Not right in the edge. Need to go up another layer. Right, so I've cleared that layer, right? Might open a couple of walls up. Because we've cleared that. Let me just double check. I've definitely cleared that level, right? That's the level I've done. Yes, I remember doing that level. That's fine. Oh, don't fall out. Right. So that bit's done. This one next. Okay. Right. Some of these are all opened, all the safes. I mean, it's saying that. I mean, I've already gotten what their part. Maybe 2.5, near 3k from the. I think it's quite 3k. It's probably closer to 2.5 so far from the safes. It's a slow clean. Waffle some more, and maybe that'll get through it quicker. What should we waffle about? What should we talk about? Talk about all sorts before. Don't know what to talk about this time. Oh, we can talk about banana muffins that I made this morning. Absolutely gorgeous. So I had some rotten banana, not rotten, but overripe, shall we say, bananas that were kind of needing used. And I was like, I need to find something to use them for. And I wanted something semi, not healthy, but nice, but without being overly kind of sweet and full of crap. And I try avoid gluten where I can, just as a family thing, and tolerant to it. So and I was like, what can I make? And I've got a load of, so I need to use them up, and I've got a ton of rolled oats, and you know, so yeah. So I made these. They were amazing. So it was just ground up some of the oats to make some flour, and I say ground. I processed. I'm a lazy bitch. And mashed the bananas, added an egg, and obviously things like a little bit of vanilla essence and some baking powder and stuff. Splash milk and a little bit of flax seed, ground flax seeds, and a little bit of chia seeds, and they're so good. Just the only thing that would have made them better is some chocolate chips. I didn't have any chocolate chips. I don't have any cooking chocolate in the house at the moment, or non-cooking chocolate. I don't have any chocolate in the house at the moment, because when the chocolate is here, I eat it. So yeah, so that's why I don't keep any in the house. But, if I'd added some chocolate chips, that would have just made it perfect. Oh, I added raisins too, actually, which might piss some people off. I know not everyone is keen, but I like all that. I did debate added some chopped nuts, but I didn't. I did debate it. I do like my food. I definitely, good food is like, everyone's always like, oh, wait, take a girl's heart, you know, some flour. No, it's not flowers, it's not chocolate, it's good food. You take me out for a steak dinner, or even just to a nice restaurant that does even just like nice food in the sense of like really good ravioli, or you know, anything like that. Yeah, no, you win me over. Like 100%. Like I think one of the favourite things somebody ever did for me, which was many years ago now, it's actually one of my exes, we played Ark together. They were a gamer as well. We spent a lot of time playing Ark together, and they were visiting, and because it was a long distance relationship and they were over for a bit, and I couldn't get time off work, so I was working, and so he had a whole week sort of kind of during the day while I wasn't around, and he spent the entire time farming, grinding for tech velociraptor as a new mount for me, and it was orange and it was gorgeous, and you know, that's it. That's how you do it. That's how you win a gamer girl. It's not flowers, it's good food and in hard work grinding something in a game, that because we appreciate it. We know getting some of these things, like we understand the amount of hours involved. Like, it's not a case of we'd be like, really, that's what, you know, like we understand how much time it takes to get those, to find that, to tame it, to, you know, 100%. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not dissing a girl that likes to be wined and dined and, you know, and on fancy food, or, you know, likes to be taken on a shopping trip. Not my idea of fun. If you're gonna go out, it would be to Tempin Bowling, or, you know, something adventurous like wall climbing, or, you know, something fun, something kind of, you know, that's just still fun for me. I enjoy all of that. I'm not don't get me wrong, it's nice that, you know, when you get nice things from guys and they give you like a bunch of flowers or something, yeah, it's sweet, it's nice. For a potted plant, for my plant to live. But my point being, like, I think it's the acknowledgement that I think there's kind of we've gone to the direction where just giving something replaces time spent. And I think when you do something like I said, they'd spent all that time farming that raptor for me, because they knew I wanted to take raptor, and I'd just been really unlucky finding one, and it took me a week to find it. But you know how much time is involved. It wasn't really about the raptor, it was about the fact that they had spent that much time for me. And I think that's such a big thing these days. You know, we're all, it's what they say about how kids don't need better toys, they need your time and your money. Now, I'm not a parent, so I'm not, well, I got a dog, but it's not the same thing as a kid. But you know what I mean. I'm not, but I do have a lot of nieces and nephews, and so, but yeah, I mean, that's what they say, isn't it? I mean, I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but they say, you know, your time with them is more important than giving them the newest Xbox. You know, it's worth more. I mean, it might not to them, might not seem like it, but actually it is, in terms of who they develop into, and, you know, their appreciation for things. And I think it works the same for me, it works the same in relationships. I would rather have a partner who wants to spend time doing stuff with me than randomly gives me things. I don't need things. I need them and their time, and I'm not saying you have to spend every minute together. Of course you don't. God, you'd kill the person. But you know what I mean. There's value to your time, and that's the value they want. Not, you know, I can't speak for every woman. Some women might be like, no, I don't really want to spend time with my partner. We've been married for 20 years and he does my boxing. Do you know what? I can get it then. I do, you know. I can. So my parents are celebrated their in 2025. My parents celebrated their 50th wedding anniversary, so their golden wedding anniversary in 2025. How my parents have not killed each other in 25 years, in 50 years, sorry, is a small miracle. And yeah, so I get it. I get the, you know, after a certain point, you know, they're part of the furniture, but, and you're part of their furniture, but still, it's like, yeah. Be curious to know from viewers, what's the thing? Like, getting a bit more personal now, in the sense of, obviously don't share if you want to, but like, either partner or past partner has done, and I say partner because, you know, everyone's welcome here, has done that kind of made you go, wow, that was a lot of effort. Obviously, it doesn't necessarily mean they're an amazing person, because people can still turn out, people change over time and can become a different person from the person you initially met, but that's no point. Moving back from that. That they did something that made you go, wow, that's incredible. And it would be more interesting to know if you're still with that person. If that was like the moment that you were like, oh, that's the person I'm going to be with. But like, I'd be curious to know. Like, so for me, it was a big thing. That raptor thing was a big thing. It, just due to long distances and stuff, it didn't quite work out. But it's not an ex that I have bad feeling for or I dislike. If they were to call me up tomorrow and say, blah, 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 shit's hit the fan, can you help me? I would help. There's no negativity towards that person in any way, shape or form. But yeah, so I think always curious to know from people what they would say was their... It's not always your current one as well. Sometimes it's just... Because let's be honest, it's a moment in time, isn't it? It's a moment in time. These events are. They're not necessarily representative of who that person is long term. So, yeah. But still. I've done that side. Have I done all of this side? I think I've done this floor. Right. So we need to go down a level. Right? So let's... I do miss Ark. Ark was... I really enjoyed Ark, and I think they're doing an Ark 2, aren't they? I remember when Ark came out, like, it was breathtaking in terms of the way the dinosaurs looked. The fact that you could mount some of the dinosaurs. It was a difficult game, unless you changed the settings down to easier. But overall, a standard game was very, very difficult. It took you, if you hadn't changed settings, it could take you 24 in-game hours and longer, 24 real-life hours to tame some of these animals, unless you change the settings up, like the big ones. Obviously, because the big ones were, overpowered, really. But yeah, I mean, it was an amazing game, and I remember getting an equivalent of the game. I got an Ark version for VR. It's a separate game. It's not the actual Ark game. It's more like think of it more like you're wandering around a park with the Ark dinosaurs in it. More that way. And the standing next to some of these creatures in VR. Looking up at them, I mean, they were so detailed. The skin textures, and they did a fantastic job with the creatures in Ark. 100%, they did a fantastic job. I mean, I always thought they looked. It was the thing that kept me coming back to Ark. To be honest, was the way the dinosaurs looked. They were just incredible. But I know it taxed. I mean, it used to overheat my computer so bad. I mean. My computer would usually run at 89, 90 degrees. And that's not overclocking. That was just as the game itself would push my computer to the limits. And yeah, it's part of why I stopped playing it. I was worried my computer was going to fry. Plus, the person I played it with, we're no longer around. So, and it's not a game American Bex has ever gotten into, and it's one of those games that, while fun, I always thought was better played with someone. It was always just so much more fun played with somebody else, so I kind of never really wanted to play it much on my own. I tried playing it on my own, but I never really enjoyed it that much on my own, so I think from that side it kind of drifted away because I didn't really have anyone to play it with. But it was a good game. Definitely a beautiful game. And I am looking forward to the second one. I'm hoping I'll be able to talk American Bex into playing the second one. If we can get her. Get me a new computer, and to get her a new computer. That would be nice. Because I'm gonna definitely need an upgrade before that. I mean, this one struggles to run Ark as it is, never mind the next Ark game, which we know is going to be even more intensive. I mean, that's it, isn't it? The graphics that are coming out now are getting more and more and more incredible and realistic. I don't know if I want my graphics to be completely realistic. That's a good topic of conversation. How do you feel about, like, if you've seen the games that are coming out now, like the FPS games that are coming out on some of the new, like Unities and stuff that look very real in terms of, obviously you're looking at it from as if and I presume it's meant to be done more so if you're playing in VR or whatever, but they look incredibly realistic. I'm not sure, especially for something like an FPS, I'm not sure I want incredibly realistic. I don't want to feel like I have actually done that to somebody. Like, I get horror games like that, yes, because you really want to feel scared out your crapper, 100%. But that's very different, or even taking on monsters, that's very, very different from human targets, I think. And maybe that's me. I don't tend to play a lot of FPSs where you have to go after people. I'm trying to think of the, like even things like Doom and stuff, you're taking on demons. I'm not a massive kind of, I don't like things like that. I struggle in games where you have to make moral decisions. I mean, it's different if I make a decision that I'm going to play it with as much evil intent as possible. And I make that conscious decision going in. I'm not going to lie though, even when I do that, I might chuckle at the time, but I will feel slightly guilty about it. But the difference is, and I know the argument could be, but it's a game. And you do know it's a game. And that is, at the end of the day, that is, you can't say that, I would never be one of those people that's like, oh, a game can make people do things. No, it doesn't. It's a game. But if you don't know the difference between game and reality, you have a problem. But that's not what I mean. I mean more about, I'm not sure how it would make me feel. Hey guys, so I've had to do a voiceover for this section. I'll continue on with the topic that I was talking about in the video, but one of my tenants decided it was a great time to start grinding some stuff up in the kitchen, and my mic picked it up really badly, and it was a bit of a garbled mic response, so I didn't, after the Ohio one, I wanted to give you some clearer chat rather than it being that in and out. Anyway, so what I was talking about was graphics and upgraded graphics and how they're getting more and more realistic, and how does that play into the concept of desensitization. It's like I've played Phasmo so much now, it doesn't really scare me. I still jump on occasion and I still scream, but the more real things get, does it just make it more real, more hyper real for you, so it's so scarier, or is it a case of it starts to kind of make you numb to things, which is okay for horror games and things like that, but the comment being around the thought process of how does that work when you're getting into things like FPS shooters, where your targets are human targets and arguments like that. Now, the point being, games should never make you do anything because it's a game. But what happens when the graphics get so real that it looks like reality? I think maybe is that the point? And it'd be an interesting view. Without getting too into anything too graphic or anything too triggering for people, it's a very polarizing topic, which is why I want to be very careful with it. But it was just sort of somewhere where I was wandering, only because my brain was thinking about how amazing graphics are getting. I mean, I'm thinking back to the first ever PC game I played, which was Loom, and just how incredible, in those days it was like, wow. I mean, I remember for Loom was, how old was I? Something like 8 when Mum got Loom. And for her PC, and her first ever computer, her first ever PC had a 1 megabyte hard drive, and they told her she'd never fill it. 1 megabyte. It's like, when you think about games now that are 50, 60 gigabytes, 90 gigabytes, and you just think, wow, one megabyte. And I remember the graphics from Loom, and when you think about even this, this, what we're playing here is a massive leap forward from what Loom was. It just makes you laugh quite a bit. And the change in the graphics and the way graphics are going is absolutely incredible. I also know it's down to everybody has different views of what makes things feel real. We know from playing horror games, Phasmophobia doesn't, it's still a game, it's a game and it still scares a lot of people. The jump scares still get you, and even in movies, obviously when they've been filmed, still make people jump. Think of all the horror movies that you still scream at in the cinema, and that looks more real than a game. So there's the argument for, I suppose, if a movie doesn't do it to you, the game's not going to do it, and that I would agree 100% with. I suppose the difference between a game and a movie would be that as the game, you are the participant. You are the one doing these things. But yeah, I quite like, it's graphics I know in some ways it's amazing that they're getting so good. I can, playing horror games that look really realistic, that's fantastic. I think that's going to be great. But I think as an adult, that's not an issue. I think the issue with it would come with anything that might trigger people. Just due to life experiences happen to them. But I think that would be a case of, so could a movie, so could anything, so could reading the wrong thing in a book, so could, so I think it's an individual process, it's an individual person. I think the more vulnerable of society, like children, is where it becomes more complicated, because that's what they say, isn't it, that the argument being that kids have become, generationally have changed, they're maturing faster, it's causing problems because of the exposure to, the content that exists in the world today with social media and all these other arguments. The argument could be made that as graphics get more real, it changes it up. But then the other side of that being the enjoyment factor that comes from having a game that is such high in real graphics. A game should never be an excuse of, oh, the game did it, because that's crap. The game it's not the game. If a game makes you do something, there's something wrong with that person. And I don't mean wrong is the wrong term, because that makes it sound, but what I mean is, as in, they have to be mentally unstable, mentally unbalanced. There has to be an illness there. There has to be something. Children are slightly different because children are malleable. But that's the whole point of somebody who potentially... Now, I'm not just saying if you have any kind of mental disorder, you're malleable. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we're talking about if somebody, does something and says, oh, it's because they were playing violent games. It's not the game. But I think I can get the argument. People say it's easier to become desensitized to that if you're being the participant and the graphics are too real. I understand the point, but that comes back to, we still know it's a game, And it's curious to know how people feel about that, because it seems to be a very splitting topic for gamers. I think some gamers are like, no, it doesn't make a difference how real your graphics are, in the sense that, well, it doesn't make a difference. It's a game, But then some people are like, yeah, that's fine for normal, stable adults, and as somebody who does, I do suffer from mental illness. I'm not going to pretend I don't. I do. I don't really want to go into it right now, but I do. But I've never had a game make me want to do something. So yeah, but again, I think it's a mindset, isn't it? I think violent people want to be violent. You know, it's you can blame it on anything. It's like, you know, it's like the people who argue that, oh, you know, you need to ban all the fans of say football or soccer for you people in America, because you know, they're being violent over it. They're not being violent over football. They're using it as an excuse to be violent. They're just, you know, if the football wasn't there, they'd have a different reason to be violent. It's not the game that makes people violent. It's not the sport. It's that they're using the sport to be violent. It's the use of anything to be divisive, and aggressive and controlling, and, you know, so that's, to me, what it really is. It's not about the game. So I agree with a lot of gamers on that, but I also do get the point that people make that there is a level of desensitization that does happen, and we see that with the over-sexualization of modern media and the effect it's having on the younger generation. And I'm not saying men or women, both, and how, you know, I mean, I think about the way I was as a teen versus the way the teens are now, and it's like, whew, chocolate cheese, you know. I don't think I looked anything like that until I was in my 20s, you know. But again, you have to be careful as well of generational bias. So, you know, I mean, I think about the generations. You think about the way the world is today, you know, with the acceptance of things. And, for example, generations ago, for example, my parents' generation would be very like, nobody talked about fetishes, and, you know, no, we don't discuss these things, and, you know, it's wrong if you're not vanilla. But now it's like everybody understands that there's nothing wrong with that within reason, as long as you're not hurting anybody else, and, you know, and or endangering yourself. Where's the harm? You know, there's nothing wrong with enjoying life, but that's a generational thing. So the generation above is always going to be back up about that, and, you know, whereas the next generations down just tend to go, yeah, that's life. Like, most people wouldn't bat an eyelid now. You might have depending on the generation, a teasy joke at your friend for some of it, but in truth it doesn't really bother us, and it also depends on other factors like the kind of household you were raised in, but for most of us, we're kind of quite chill about stuff, and, you know, but so the argument could be it's not desensitization, it's just changing of generations to be more accepting, and we see that as it's like the generation before us was for other things. Who knows? Or is it genuinely that it is changing our youth? You know, there's a lot of so many different ways of looking at it, and I think it's important to keep an open mind over many topics of conversation. I think my view always comes back to, it's not what you're being exposed to, but whether or not we've been taught, or the children, you know, the generations have been taught that like, for example, that it is a game, and that, you know, it's not real. You know, it's the, you know, that it's okay for certain things because it's a movie. Like, like in a movie, it's in a game, it's okay to be doing this or that and the next thing, but if you did that in the real world, it's a no-no. Like, I mean, I don't have an issue with things like Thief Simulator and stuff like that. I think that's hilarious within reason, depending on who's doing it and what's exposed to it. I mean, I think games give you the chance to experience things that you couldn't experience in the real world within reason, because you know it's a game. If you're taking genuine, and I mean not like gaming entertainment, but genuine pleasure at other people's pain, then there's an issue. But I think, like, I mean, when I play Quarantine Zone, for example, yeah, I laugh and I'll be like, hey, liquidation. But to be honest, part of me does feel genuinely guilty that I'm having to ship them off to get that done. But that's But that is it. I mean, as much as I laugh and I joke, and or like when I play Skyrim and I go, I'm going to be evil. I'm gonna join all the Thieves Guild and the Assassins Guild, and it's a chance to explore something that, you know, in the real world you would never do because it's not part of your character, but you know it's fun. That's what D&D's fun for, you know, choosing the evil character, having that fun. That's a huge part of it, and that's entertaining. But in reality, you know, you would never be that way. You would never do those things. So it's okay in that sense. So, but that's where I suppose the argument about the younger generation don't necessarily have enough life knowledge yet to be able to say, yes, no, I do agree, I don't agree, and all these other things. But yeah, definitely. Thoughts? Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I wonder what Arc 2 is going to be like, actually. I'm actually really looking forward to Subnautica 2. Mainly so that I can try drag American Bex into it. She's not a big fan of this type of game, simulator games, although I've eyed up a few that I might try drag her into. But is this the cut point here? I think this is the point I want to kind of cut it off, is here. Not sure, maybe not. Yeah, I think this is the cut point that I want. But no, I am looking forward to Subnautica 2. I'm looking forward to... Ooh. Sorry, guys, that was not quite what I was intending. I didn't realise this is where... It's kind of thrown me a bit because I'm trying to focus on this now. Yeah, so looking forward to that because I really want to be able to get American Bex into that, because it's not really just a simulation game, it is a survival game, and I know she does tend to like survival games, but because of what she does in real life, she's not really big on a lot of horror. To be fair, she does play horror, but she plays horror with me because she's the best friend ever. You know, she puts up with all that crap for me, 100%. So I think, you know, to get a game that's not really, because Subnautica's not really horror, it's just marine life. Yes, some of that marine life is scary as hell, but that's not horror still, it's just natural. I don't class anything that's like, I don't class dinosaurs as horror because it's not. It's natural life. It's not, to me, anything that's nature. It's, while can be terrifying, is not horror as such. That's just survival. So yeah. You wonder what I'm doing? I'm trying to cut this bit in half here. And say this is the point I think I want to... I'm not sure where I want to try cut this off, actually. This might be the best bit here. Yeah, I mean, it's marine animals, isn't it? It's not really horror as such, and that's what I like about it. And it's I think that's why I would. Sorry, I'm just jumping in and out, guys, because I'm half focused. Would be kind of why I would probably want to do that one with American Bex. She'd like it because she does actually quite like the survival games that we play. Her favorite games are puzzles games. She loves puzzle games, so obviously, you know, we do a lot of like Cluedo and escape room simulator and stuff like that. We do a lot of that sort of behind closed doors kind of stuff. But yeah. Must be the medical bays. Well, we're not really looking to go. Get a cut point for us to move forward so that I can start dropping things down, because we're it's been about another hour and I was hoping to have kind of gone forward from here further than I have, but that's okay. I think that's because I realized I was going to be clearing. So it's going to maybe take me about half an hour longer than I intended, but that's c'est la vie. I'm just going to make sure it's all broken away from the edges so that it doesn't, there's nothing holding them up, then I can start running along, which is my thought process here. I should be able to drop now because I think I've cleared it all. So let's do that. Let's start on, now that I've waffled, let's start cutting away edges. Oh, I think I broke it. Oh, I wasn't thinking when I pushed it. I was in automatic pilot mode and I just did it and then hit it, forgetting that was the last layer. Oh, it's really struggling. Oh, I broken it. Still haven't seen that it's destroyed any heavy objects though. Oh, items above that stayed. Oh, it's still calculating. Look at that. Oh, it's really struggling. It's like, look at it. It's struggling to do all the physics. There we go. It didn't say any heavy elements destroyed, so I think we're okay. I wasn't paying attention. I was in automatic pilot mode thinking about something. Because that's what I do, and I'm not chatting because I know it's a bit I'll cut out. I kind of go into automatic pilot and I wasn't thinking, and I forgot I was on the bottom floor, and then I released it. But look at that. That is incredible. Okay, cleanup time. Now, yeah, some of it scattered forward, but I'm hoping the majority of it was contained because of the walls. So, yeah. So let's,
मैं जल्द ही वहां आऊंगा। क्या आपके पास कोई जहाज है? कोई बात नहीं।
I'm just gonna, I have no idea.
में रहेंगे। मैं जल्द ही वहां आऊंगा। क्या आपके पास कोई जहाज है?
I'm also gonna clean up a little bit myself as I go, so it's not just rely completely on the magnet. Mainly the sides, because I need to get the sides done so I can start cutting down and dropping the sides and getting them away. Right, go up, right? Oh, my computer's really struggling. But it's doing it. Right, let's go up another level. Where's the next cut point? That's the bigger question, isn't it? It's probably, yeah, I was gonna say it's probably here, right? Yeah, some of it fell out there, but I think the majority of it actually... The majority of it did stay inside, and that was my aim. I figured if I took the walls off, a huge chunk of it would just fall, and I didn't want that to happen. I wanted it to be contained within this curb so that I could use the not the crane, but the magnet easier to pick it all up. There was a tiny little bit of logic in my brain cell. The whole one brain cell that I have. But yeah. Oh, please don't crash. That's going to get all picked up from that crane, I think. This is so awesome. I'm thrilled that I managed to do it. I'm thrilled that that worked, to be honest. And to go to the other side and start doing some of that.
हेलो
get up there.
हम संपर्क में रहेंगे। मैं जल्द ही वहां आऊंगा। कोई बात नहीं। क्या आपके पास कोई जहाज है?
Right. Cut points, that's what I'm looking for, so... Right. I do love that sound. It just makes me laugh. I'm loving the purpley, not that carpet, that one. The sort of blue and purple, and that's quite a cool looking carpet. We've still got more to do, so let's... I didn't quite get the middle, did I? I think there's only so much the crane can actually pick up, right? Not the crane. I keep calling it the crane, but I know you guys know what I mean by that. I mean the magnet. But the magnet, I suppose, is on the crane, but you know what I mean. Oh, come on. Oops. Didn't let me that. Okay. Let's start clearing down the middle now. Any bits that... like cut points as well. I mean, it'd be so much slower if I didn't have the magnet. But obviously, like I said, you have to be careful, I think, with the magnet, because my understanding is it will pick up safes even if you haven't opened them. So, yeah, you would potentially lose all the cash. I don't know if you would. Like, has somebody tested that theory? Like, would you lose the cash, or would it just put the cash straight into your bank? I don't know. Maybe I should check it. I should find an area that's got at least a safe in it and try the magnet from above and see what happens. Because it would be worth maybe actually trialing that out myself and finding out. So say if A, does it pick it up in the first place? And B, if it does pick it up, does it then put the cash into your bank account? And then you don't have to faff around with actually lock picking things.
हम संपर्क में रहेंगे। मैं जल्द ही वहां आऊंगा।
That was not what I wanted to do. That picked up the majority of it. I think so. Right, so I think we can drop these sides now. Whew. Kind of been exciting. There's so much cleanup to do here. Seem to have just gone for miles. That's the problem with the super tall ships, isn't it, really? It just scatters everything far and wide. I don't know how much of it went over the edges. See, this is not the edge. I think this fell through. Because I think it's glitched through, because obviously all that processing that had to happen, some of it will have glitched.
क्या आपके पास कोई जहाज है?
Yeah, there's a lot under. I think a lot of it glitched in and through. Because if it was scattering to the sides as in it fell out the sides, it would be here. Like this piece. It would be along the side. It wouldn't be under the way these are. Although it could be if it landed and then tumbled under, I suppose. Let's take a look. I don't know if anything landed up here. I don't think it did. I think it's all down here. It's mostly under. I think it's just glitched through, to be brutally honest. Because I don't think it would be I don't think this much would have bounced under. I think this is it's glitched through as it's fallen because of the physics engine. I know that doesn't make sense because physically it shouldn't, you know, physics is working proper, but that's the point. The physics engine is glitched because it was trying to process so much, so many pieces at once. Processing power and all that. It won't be the first time. It's not going to be the last time. You'll do it again when I drop the other pieces. But, we can at least do a little bit of cleanup. Like, these pieces are more believable to have been down the side. But, yeah. Right, so we need to pull the sides off and get them hauled away. I think this has been a good chunk of this done. It's taken me about 3 hours, I think. Well, 3.5 hours, sorry. To get, but that's, I think it's about a third of it now done, isn't it? So it's on par, depending. Well, it's a third of it, but it was one of the fullest sections. The middle section's another third, but it's probably not. It's not the same size as third wise. It's gonna be. There's a lot less to it. So I think that would maybe be done in a lot quicker, because that from there to there is probably going to be, it's probably more than, it's actually probably half. So it's probably only actually a quarter that I've done, but it's probably one of the biggest quarters. I mean, I can't comment on the end of the ship. I mean, maybe the end of the ship's going to have all the engines and all that in it. But I think from a perspective of the rooms, we've done a huge chunk. Because that forward section probably had a lot of rooms. It had a lot of the rooms and a lot of the stuff in it, which I think has probably actually been a lot more. It's probably, you know, because when you look at that, I think it is. So I think we've actually done more than we think. I'm saying I've done maybe a quarter to a third, but I think maybe, you know, we'll see. So let's drop these sides. Nice. Lovely. Lovely. I do love the colourful side to it. The colourful sides is nice. Thanks for throwing that in my face. That was lovely. Because I forget we've already actually taken the nose off, haven't we? We'd already taken the nose of the ship off, so that's, you know. Alright, that can't go yet, which means I've maybe missed some cut points. Some more pieces that have fallen off. That's okay. That was always going to happen. Ah. Missed some cut points. Yeah. Right. What's with the gap? Some of this up. Actually, you know what I might do is just...
हेलो क्या हाल है
It's not what I was trying to do, thanks. What I was trying to do was that.
मैं जल्द ही बाहर आऊंगा
So I think I need to pick up these pieces here before I can then pick up these pieces. And yeah, there's a bit of thought process there. Right. I'm really pleased actually with how much we've gotten done. It's not quick, but that's, like you say, you could be quicker. You could just run along and find out where all the heavy elements are, pull them out, ignore all of the contents, and then just use the magnet to pick everything up. You absolutely could. You could do it that way, and you would be a lot faster. But I'm enjoying kind of seeing the building, the vessel, and how it's all put together. Where did that go? Right.
हम संपर्क में रहेंगे मैं जल्द ही बाहर आऊंगा
All right, come on. Now, what's next to do? So we could probably do this side here. I don't think this side is doing anything. I don't think it's not supporting anything. We could just take this down. And then again, we could cut through to here and take that side down. And then it would just leave the remaining back end. Yeah, which looks where all the other heavy elements are. Alright. Nip under here and pick up some of this while we're waiting. And once we've gotten rid of some of this, I can pull the truck forward. Which will help. Nope. Really? All right. So we've got more pieces to pick up here.
कोई बात नहीं
I don't want to use the... I'm being careful with the magnet because I've not cleaned all of that out up there yet, so... I can maybe do it here, though.
हेलो
So there's nothing above me. So now that those pieces are gone, I can get that lower piece out. We're getting there, we're getting there. are back. The next cut point is here. Yeah. Okay, give me that piece. Gimme. So what are we estimating? Based on time so far, 8 to 9 hours is what we're estimating it's gonna take, maybe? That the estimates, sort of. In total, obviously. Obviously the video you guys see will not be 8 to 9 hours. I'll try keep it as small as possible, which is what I've always been doing, but it's not always possible. Keep it super tiny. Alright. I am going to take a break here, guys. For you guys it won't. It will be, I'll just continue on video wise for you guys, so you'll just see it sort of pick up. But I'm actually going to take a break for today. I've got some stuff that I need to get done, so I need to kind of stop. I've been recording for, including stopping for food, 4 hours, so I do kind of need to stop. I've got some stuff to get done. So when I come back in, you might notice that the truck's maybe moved, but that'll be because I'll have placed it back where I need it to go. So next time, or we'll be continuing on when I get back in, with bringing down maybe that, well, not maybe, bringing down this and this side, and then getting all that cleared. If I get that done quick enough, I'll continue on and do the rest as well, because I did say to you guys, I'm probably going to have to start breaking these up into, I have been trying to record them all in one sitting, so the feeling of the ship stays the same, but unfortunately it's a long 9 hours, 8-9 hours is a long time to sit and do, especially when I've got a full-time job and things like that to do on top. I can only fit in so much in an evening. So gonna leave this here, and no, we're not gonna leave this here, right? So yeah, so you'll probably see me pick it back up. I'll be probably getting out, but yep. So if the mood changes, my tone changes, it's because it's across a couple of days recording. So let's pick this back up. Right, and it is time to continue on, because this vessel will not unbuild itself. So let me take a look at what we've got here. All right. I'm debating whether to just start this back end piece and come back to the middle pieces. I can't make up my mind, because the back end kind of does need done. I might just start the back end, because it's all gonna need done, to be honest. And yeah, it's really cold here today. I'm really struggling with the cold at the moment. I don't particularly like being cold. I've always got a heated footstool under my desk for when I'm sitting, because obviously when you're doing these things you're kind of stagnant on your desk, and yeah, you get up and move around a little bit and stuff, but in general, so I do like, no, it's just really cold. Obviously it's winter, so it's naturally cold, but yeah. Let's clear some of this up. This looks like this was the pool. pool-esque. I haven't actually seen a pool. I don't know if there is a pool in this. You would have thought they'd have a pool. Because it's going to be weird if they don't. But, yeah. Let's, top down as always. Let's go up. Let's parkour our way up there. Is that the pool? That looks so tiny. So this looks like this is going to have a load of weird bits to take out like the other side did. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Don't know how that bit got there. Okay. Just keep going up. I think that's the trick, right? Right, so I don't think there's anything up here. I think this unit's going to come out on its own, isn't it? Right, so let's... Oh, I hate being cold. Right. I may have to go switch the heating on, actually, and give the house a boost. So I can feel it on my fingers. I do actually have, like, little fingerless gloves and stuff for when I'm gaming, but part of me is like, if it's that cold, I should maybe just turn the bloody heating on. I know that's not always an option for everybody, but, you know, that's a good call. I'm just going to put my gloves on. I'll keep my hands going. It saves me moving away from the PC. Oh, just put the gloves on. I should probably put my wee toasty toes on as well, my feet. I don't do well with cold. I don't like colds. So, I know some people like it doesn't bother, but yeah, no, I really feel the cold, so I don't like it. Right. I want to see if there's anything under this. Ah, interesting. Okay. Let's get things cleared, shall we? Where's that? There. Alright. Ah, there's the collectible. You found the go-kart. The world's most expensive cruise to take is on the Annalise, a 90 million super yacht owned by Greek entrepreneur Andreas Liverius? I don't know how you pronounce that. As passengers are willing to spend, then they will be able to... That's a lot of money. $113,760 per day. They will enjoy the onboard spa, including a marble Roman bath, sauna and steam rooms, jacuzzis, full-size movie theatre, business centre, and a helicopter landing pad. Don't know what that's got to do with the go-kart, though. Does he also own racing teams or something? Or was it meant to be that there was also a go-kart track on board or something really weird like that, and it just forgot to mention it? I don't know. I did be curious. Right. Where's that? There it is. That's a long way down, people. That's a long way down. At least if you do fall off, you're landing in the sea in reality. But, yeah, still a long way down, people. That's assuming you don't hit off the side on the way and, you know, smush your brain. Here we go. I wonder how randomized they are. Like, is it the same one in every ship, or is it like a random chance that when you open it, you'll get X amount of money? And it's an X amount of picking position for it, or is it set for every time? Like, is it the same location for each? Like, you know, I mean, is each safe set? I imagine that the 1,000 one, the one that was 1,000 would be set, but I'm not sure about the others. I don't know why I'm bothering cutting them, because they'll just come down when you bring the bottom one down. Alright, or they should do at least. Off you go. That's so far away. Right, so this floor... Oh, no, this floor is not done. Didn't even see that. Oh, 100. Nice. The biggest issue I have with cold weather is the fact that it makes my damn nose run. Right, this layer is done. Right, how do these come out? Oh, that just lifts out on its own. Oh, okay. Nice. Nice. Oh, that is moving. Okay. It's in the queue. There's nothing here I need to think about. I think this whole side is broken off, isn't it? So there shouldn't be any consideration on that side. But this side is the one that's going to have all the creamy pieces that need to creamy pieces. My God, Becky, that was descriptive. The creamy pieces. Yes, yes. We all know what I mean by the creamy pieces. What is that a creamy piece? All right. Well, that piece took a tumble. Right. That can go. Nice. Oh, okay. How did these pieces move? Oh, so these move as one, right? Right, so we're gonna have to take the roof off up here. Okay, so let's do that. Interesting, this back end is missing. I did not know that. I didn't notice that at all. Interesting. Well, that's going to be a fun knockdown piece one. Right, okay. All the lights. How bizarre. Okay, so how does this come out? Crane cannot reach the load. Okay, so this needs to come out. Okay. That, and that. Right. And do the clean up while we're waiting for them to go. Jessie? Princess? It's just him going, oh, you gotta go girl. Yeah, no. Okay, go lie down, baby. You go girl. I know, you telling me somebody left the house. How dare they leave the house without giving you a pat and a goodbye. You need to have words with him when he comes back, yes. How dare the pup leave the house without talking to you. quite funny actually, because my nephew who lives with me, he's a grown man. He's not a boy. He's in his early 20s. But I swear, my dog, I think my dog is convinced he's still a pup. Because obviously my dog's like 8 now. She's not, you know, she's not a super young dog. Well, she's not 8. She's 8 this year. But, so she's about 7.5. And, but yeah, I think there's a dynamic because they know that you see them as younger than you, that you see them as pups essentially, even though he's a grown man, but that's not the point. I think that your dog does as well. Like, I remember when I've got a lot of nieces and nephews, and I remember when they were little and they would come stay with me. And my last dog, when the kids were old enough to get up and look after themselves, you know, they weren't kids, and so, you know, they could get up, grab some cereal from the kitchen and watch TV until I crawled out of bed. And what used to amaze me is that as soon as the kids started moving, my dog would come and get me. Well, first of all, my old dog, Sadie, she would pace all night. She would move between the room she slept in, which was my room, and the room the kids were in, which was the guest room. And she would wander between the rooms all night, just checking everybody was okay. And on a rare occasion, she'd actually go in and sleep with them. But then what would happen was, as soon as the kids got up, even when they got old, you know, they were old enough to, you know, they were more like they were teens rather than kids. She would, even when they got up, she'd come and nuzzle me awake to basically tell me, you know, Mum, the pups are up, the pups are up, the pups are awake, you have to get up. And I think dog's interpretation of that is so cute. It's so cute, you know. Even though they are technically younger than the kids in terms of physical age, because obviously we know dogs have shorter lives, so they technically age faster. They know to you, the kids are pups essentially. So, you know, they come. I always used to find it very adorable that she would come wake me up when the kids started moving. It was like, Mum, the pups are up, the pups are up. When you get up. And Jess does that. Jess is the same. She's very good with. There's not many kids left in our family now. Most of them are all now grown up. It's now a new generation of kids in our family. As in the kids having kids. But yeah, it's still cute when she does it. I'm debating dropping this level. I'm going to see what the next level's like, just because I don't want to drop too much in one go. But yeah, right. I think I need to take the roof off back to here, right? Hopefully this should do it, right? Oh, I was going to say they're going to be little side bits, aren't they? That's fine. We'll make that work. The other thing I need to do is get access to my truck again. There we go. No, Becky, wrong thing. Is this just gonna come out? Yeah, it is. Right. Clean up. I like the books that they've got scattered around in this one. I would love to see these people make a similar one to this, but rather than being for ships, being like maybe buildings. Like skyscrapers that you need to dismantle. But instead of being wrecking balls and stuff, it's similar to this. It's, you know, you got to go in and clear floors or ancient, but you could have it so it's more complicated than that. Like, you could have it that like old mansion houses, and so you've got like floors that could collapse on you if you're not careful. So you've got to be careful walking around them, or you know. So not really a renovation, it is a collapse, you know. And I know there are some demo games like that, but I think I like the what's the word, mechanics of this game. And I think if they took these mechanics and added them to a kind of building demo game, I think it would be quite fun. Because instead of being focused on, you know, so you could make some historical-esque, you know, games. So, you know, you could have them breaking down some historical buildings, like, I don't know, the Eiffel Tower, or the Louvre, or you know, Nostradamus person, Notre Dame. You know, I'm thinking some of the old ancient, you know, buildings that I think it'd be quite interesting. And then you could have more interesting ones like old abandoned bakeries and skyscrapers that need to be, you know, you could do all sorts, really.
Hello.
If you chose big historical buildings, you could obviously build, you know, like they've done with this. Some of the ships are historical. Or famous in one way or another. Quite like seeing some of this. Not some of it. I quite like seeing all of this. It's quite good. But I've just noticed that like half ship out there. That's kind of cool. I suppose there is a lot of building version of these games anyway. That's probably what made this, being the shipbreaker, more interesting and standard. But I don't know. I've played a few of them, and it's the mechanics of this I quite like. Not just that, there's the feel to it, the way it looks, the mechanics of it, the sounds in it. I think they've done some fun in this, and that's maybe why I like it. I'm just debating whether I want to drop those 3 floors or whether I want to go down another floor. Maybe go down another floor before I drop it. Alright, I need to take down the roof again, right? Like the carpet pieces in this one. I don't know how far I need to take this. Probably... me trying to work it out. I'm like, what do I need to do? Or I just fall through, that works too. Oh, I thought I'd broken a piece there. I don't think I did. Thankfully. Right, I do need to do... get that bad boy out. And that piece can come out. I feel like I'm being quite efficient today, actually. Kind of doing well, I think. Some days I kind of don't feel like I'm being super efficient, and other days you're like, yeah, got this. I think it helps that, some of those days, there are times that I do play past, I think, the point I should. Don't get me wrong, it's nice to do it in one sitting and get it done, and then I don't lose the feel of the ship. Like, it's very different when you come back to it and it's already partially dismantled. It changes your feeling for it. But needs must, couldn't do it all in one sitting. But I do think it kind of, I get like, I think towards the end, after sort of 3-4 hours, I am sort of becoming despondent. And I think, oh, fudge, I can stay. But I do think, so I do think while it does change the feeling of the ship for me, I think it's better that I'm not as despondent towards, you know, like the first half you're really chatty and it's great, but then you start to become numb, and it's like, I think it is better to kind of stop after a little bit and kind of go. I think again, it would be different if you were doing it as a live stream. I think that would be different because you would be having the interactions with the audience at the time and not later. So that would kind of keep you going, if that makes any sense. But I think when you're just recording and you're essentially, I am talking to you guys, but essentially I'm also talking to myself, really, aren't I? Because there's nobody here to respond to me at the time. And I think it's very easy to just kind of zone out and go into that kind of, sort of shut down dismantling mode. Like as if, because you're, you know, essentially gaming by yourself or whatever. Okay, something needs to, is it this maybe? There you go. Do I want to bring it back to here? What's the next layer is the question. I think I want to bring it back to here for the moment. Right, I'm going to do that. I'm going to bring down the walls here. Do you know what? I think if this ship had been whole, it might actually have been my favourite. I really like the insides of this place, the insides of this ship. I mean, obviously my other favourite was due to nostalgia, but in terms of taking nostalgia out of it, I think if this had been a whole ship, this might actually have been my favourite. It's like I was talking about the other day about maybe doing a restricted version of ships, so you can choose whether you have the whole ship or a restricted version, so that if you have a computer that can't necessarily run the top end ones, you can get a version of the ship that's like this, got bits out of it. Maybe. I don't know what people think of that. That might be me going, you know, because people might be like, I mean, people will always complain. I mean, it's like that comment, isn't it, about how people are more likely to leave a bad review when things are, people will happily leave bad reviews when things are wrong, but not as often leave good reviews when things are right. And it is that, isn't it? I mean, I think that's one of the comments people in industry, like the restaurant industry, say all the time. It's very easy. People will quite happily, because not just that, they think they might get something out. Now, I'm not saying the only reason to complain is to get something out. If something is genuinely bad, you do have a right to leave a negative review. But like, that's the point, isn't it? That there's that level of the weird, twisted sense that humans have of pleasure in somebody else's pain, essentially, isn't it? No, I don't mean sadistically. I mean as in, when things go wrong for somebody, there's a kind of, humans have a nature of being like, hee 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 hee. Even though, you know, if it happened to you, you'd be horrified, or if it happened to somebody you loved, you'd be horrified. But like, and I'm not even talking about bringing somebody down a peg. We're not even talking about that. We're talking about just in general. There is a German word for it, isn't it? Where you revel in somebody else's discomfort, or sort of when you revel in somebody else's misfortune. That's the word I'm looking for, misfortune. I can't remember what it's called. Somebody can remember. Stick it in the comments, will you? But yeah, there is a word for it when you revel in somebody else's misfortune. Not sure. No, it's not. It's, what is it again? I know the words. It's just the back of my brain. Do you know that way sometimes things just don't quite click? Yeah, but in humans we do have a tendency for that. And I don't think it's, I think a lot of the time it's done subconsciously almost, because once you do it and you catch yourself doing it, you do feel bad, and then you think, I'm a bit of an asshole. If you do catch yourself doing it and you don't think that, then you're a bit of an asshole. But I think, yeah, there's a level of that, and I think I was going on about something for that purpose, and I can't remember why. I completely lost that train of thought because I was too busy trying to think of the words. I completely lost the point I was trying to make. I'm sure I'll find it in editing. I'll be like, yep, this was the point I was trying to make. It'll come up on the screen like, I was talking about this. This was the point I was trying to make. Sorry, I'm going backwards in my brain of the conversation we were having to try remember what the hell I was talking about. Seems to be about humans being more willing to be negative, but I can't for the life of me remember what I was saying. Completely lost my train of thought. Well. It's buggered off. It forgot to board at the station. It's fine. Alright, cleaned off the top layer. That's us ready to move forward. My tendinitis is bothering me today, guys. Hopefully, it's not going to cause me too much hassle. And I will be able to get this finished in today's recording session, but we will see. I'm going to have to go down and clear them up because they're going to bug the crap out of me. Yeah, my wrist is really sore. I can feel it. Oh, a lot of mess down here. Not going to stress too much because obviously I'll get to some of this as I get further down, but I'm just going to do a bit of cleanup while I'm down here. Might as well. Kind of makes a bit of sense. Oh, I didn't even realise there was stuff outside. There you go. Did I just like not see this shit last time? Like... Yes, there's a surprise. Scottish Bex is oblivious. Seriously, I just don't see stuff. I just kind of... I become very hyper-focused on what it is that I'm doing or the thing, and I don't notice a lot of stuff. It's not unusual for me. Alright. Get that bit later. Okay, we are trying to work out where we are and what we're doing. I think we're going up. We're still working on up here. Yes, next bit to come out. Right, so what needs to move for that to come out? Oh. That can come out, but that can't. Okay. Alright, let's get this out so that our lovely, lovely lads at the warehouse, well, could be Ladette, but, you know, can sort this for us. I mean, statistically, it's more likely to be a lad. But it could still be a ladette. At the end of the day, the ladies can do these jobs as well. interesting though, because there's a lot of jobs I think I mean, it's scientifically the research they've done. There's a lot of jobs that have been statistically male that they actually find women excel at. And again, there's a lot of jobs that are statistically female that they've proven men actually excel at. And I think it's interesting because it's that kind of I think that's quite an interesting concept, that the way the world is worked out is kind of, you know, traditionally put men and women in certain roles, but actually it didn't match the way our brains work. So I've actually found, so for example, I found that over the years, weirdly, therapists, I tend to find men actually make better therapists. But that's just me. I'm not saying statistically that's scientifically right. I'm saying that's my experience. But I've also found that, like, I also find men tend to make very good nurses. There's men who choose to go into those fields have a level of empathy that's incredible. And, you know, it is, and I think there's something about that. Like, there's this. I think it's the level of empathy required that when you do get a guy that has that level of empathy, it's incredible. And I think in those fields, women tend to try be, you know, that kind of, I need to be professional to get ahead of my male counterparts, and then kind of sometimes you lose a little bit of them. Now, don't get me wrong, I've met some amazing female nurses and therapists as well. I'm just saying in general. But then, like, engineering, the best engineers I've met in my time have been women. But that's traditionally male dominated. And I know scientifically they say that women make better scientists and engineers. And they also say, weirdly, subterfuge as well. We're better at, scientifically, we're better at basically being spies and stuff. And it's to do with logic and patterns. Women have more logical set brains and stuff. Not everyone. It's not every. We're talking about the statistical majority, not everything and everyone. So we're all unique, and not everybody fits the statistical majority. I'm not going to say the norm because that's not correct. There's no such thing as normal. The statistical majority would be the best terminology. But yeah. And then they say, you know, it's one of those things. I've always found it really weird the way the women and men do excel at roles that traditionally are not necessarily, or were not necessarily assigned to their, you know, traditionally we're not their side of the species. And I think that shows you how important diversity and stuff is in the world. And, you know, that kind of idea. It definitely is. You've got to stop peg holing people and saying, you know, that's why I said statistically. Because it's not the same as saying, you know, so just because, you know, statistically most women will have a brain that sees logical patterns, it doesn't mean that all women will. And you do get some women that excel on very physical intensive jobs. You know, it's like for years, like for example, you know, the eating contests were all dominated by men because it was like, oh, women can't really do that. They're not, you know, they're too small and too petite. And then you look at some of the female women eaters, you know, competitive eaters in the world. And they, I mean, some of them, whoa, yeah. And, you know, what gets me is a lot of them are stunningly beautiful. Okay, I'll phrase that differently. Based on traditional concepts of beauty, because to be honest, beauty really is in the eye of the beholder, no matter what anybody says. It really is. That's how you have such. I mean, you can't say this is what beauty is and this is what beauty isn't, because at the end of the day, that's been proven that, you know, otherwise only one. There's my nephew coming back in. But yeah, as I was saying, because otherwise only one type of person would ever be with somebody, and that's not how it works. Plus, there's so much more to beauty than physicality, isn't there? Your soul has a big part to play in that. Like, I've met plenty of people in my time who were traditionally beautiful in terms of what modern beauty standards tell us is beautiful, and to be honest, emotionally very ugly people. And yet, you know, and the opposite, I've also met some who are traditionally beautiful and are beautiful in terms of who they are as a person. That's what I mean. I think that's the point, isn't it? I think that's like Beauty and the Beast's whole point, that she was supposed to be physically beautiful, which is why, you know, Gaston wanted her. But her compassion and understanding showed that she was, and her non-judgment showed that she actually was beautiful on the inside, isn't it? And that was supposed to be the whole point, I think, you know. Putting aside the whole Stockholm Syndrome crap. I always liked Beauty and the Beast purely because it was the first time they really showed a Disney princess who was kind of nerdy, let's be honest. She read all the time, and, you know, she was the only Disney princess as a kid I was able to probably really relate to. Which sounds so stupid, but I think it's why it's so important having diversity in characters across these things, because, like you say, it's looking at them and being able to relate to them, and sometimes that's a physical thing. So yeah, having the prince or the princess or the kid in the show with the afro hair is important, because it helps physically. If you look like them, it does help you relate, but also if they emotionally behave in a way that you recognize, then, you know, because she was a bit introverted, and she wasn't, you know, she preferred to be at the library than out socializing, and that was me as a kid. So I think that's what I'm saying, is that this is why I personally do think, you know, I know a lot of people complain that there's a lot of, it goes too far in places, but at the same time, you're like, it is important that every kid has the ability to see character in their favourite stories who resonates with them, either on a physical scale or an emotional one, and preferably both. I'm not expecting everybody to agree with my opinion and stuff. I'm not that way inclined. This is what I think, and you will, you know, at the end of the day, if you don't like what I think, you can either mute me or stop watching me, you know, but at the end of the day, yeah. It's just my thoughts. And I'm one of these people as well who's a big believer that I think your thoughts can change. Like, you know, we all grow up thinking certain things are right or wrong, and then, you know, I know American Bex had that impact on me. There was a few things that when after I met American Bex, and she'd be like, nah, you know, she's a little bit younger than me, and the younger generations tend to be better that way. They tend to, you know, with each generation, you get an improvement on, you know, and it's certain things, like certain ways I would say things or certain ways I would think, and she'd go, you're not wrong, but maybe don't put it that way. And, you know, I know you're meaning this, but the way you're saying it doesn't sound like that or whatever. And she was pretty good at kind of morally kind of making me go, oh no, she's got a point. You know,
Hello, क्या हाल है?
that's what besties are for, though.
क्या आपके पास कोई जहाज?
No, I think that is. I think one of the most important things is our ability to change, and I think it is important that you acknowledge that sometimes, as long as you're willing to listen to what someone else has to say, I think that's, yeah. I think that's where a lot of the madness in the world has gone, is that everyone's become so polarized, and that inability to just listen to the other side of the argument. Inconsiderate. It doesn't, I'm not saying you're always going to agree, but there's that ability, you know. Let's get that down. This still needs to... I still need to take another layer or two out here. A good bestie should make you think about things. I think that's not a bad thing. Let's get this down and then we can see where we're going next. Alright, I'm going to do some cleanup out the front here. We're getting close, I think, to being able to... I think the trick is we're trying to get down to another layer, aren't we? That essentially it's the sides that get pulled off. I think that's what we're trying to get back down to, is that sort of deck level, like we did on the other one, so that we know that we're not going to lose. Like, I'm not sure if that needs to be cleaned out or not. So the idea being that we don't lose something when we start separating floors.
कोई बात नहीं. हम संपर्क में रहेंगे.
It's not the button I clicked. Not the button I clicked. Like that. Is that just going to come out in one piece? No, that...
Hello, क्या हाल है? क्या आपके पास कोई जहाज है?
Love it. Yeah, I think we're getting back to, yeah, winch. So we're back to, this is the level we need to be to before we start then winching pieces off. That's good. That's good, that's good, that's good. I've waffled my way to this level. It's great, it's great. This looks like a kiddie books section and stuff. That's cool. So like I said before, I can see the appeal to cruises, even if it's not my personal thing. And I agree with the user who said that they like to see what's in the rooms. I think you would miss all this if you'd used the magnet. I agree. I think I like seeing. I mean, that might be slower. I do like seeing what's in the rooms. I like seeing the different sections. I really would have liked to see this ship hole. I would have. I think this would have been fun. I don't think my computer would have handled it. But feels quite different from the front end of the ship. Like, I feel like, I mean, obviously they would have been different room values, so not all the rooms are going to look the same because you're going to have, you know, higher value rooms, lower value rooms, you know. I get that. Oh, crap. And I go, can I reach my... Oh, I can. Ah, poopies. Where's it going? All the way out to the winch. Interesting. All the way out. Yep. Alright. This is quite good though. I am quite enjoying seeing this one. I do think if this had been full and I'd been able to run it, yeah, I think this would have been my favourite one. It just looks so diverse. It's so different. It's really good. I've still got one of those banana muffins left. I might need to eat that in a little bit. Just, you know, keep my strength up if I ever wake up. I don't know what's going on with me right now. Like, I think it's a winter thing. Like, because it happens to me most winters. This inability to just want to sleep. I think I kind of want to do the bear thing. I just want to crawl in my bed and hibernate till the end of winter. Pretty much. I can appreciate bears doing that, to be honest, because I kind of want to do that. All I want to do in winter is sleep. Like this morning, I slept till it was almost afternoon, and that's not like me. Thankfully, it's the weekend, so I could, but yeah. Does anybody else get that? Does anybody else like suffer from SADs and stuff and find like, I know my skin goes crazy in winter, like, oh, I hate my skin in winter. It peels like crazy, but does anybody else find that they just want to sleep, they just want to hibernate through winter? Is that it makes me wonder if that's normal. Like, I'm surprised humans didn't evolve to do that, to be honest. I mean, there's so many animals that do it. I can definitely respect the bears for it. 100%. Because if I could, I would. Right, I think we've got everything on this. Maybe not. Oops, I dropped 2 levels there. What's behind the door? Oh, okay. I've been rewatching Supernatural recently. I haven't watched it from the start in ages. I was actually really late to the Supernatural. I think they were on like season 6 or 7 when I started watching it. So I came late to that party. I come late to most. I think it was season 7 when I started watching Game of Thrones. I'm not a big fan of watching something because of the hype. Like, I think a lot of shows get overhyped at the time, but they don't last the time, so I don't tend to be instantly on the hype. Do you know what? I've never watched Breaking Bad. It's a show I want to see, but I've just still not got around to watching it. And everyone's like, "Oh, you need to watch it." And yeah, I'll get around to it. It's just not one I've actually watched yet. Or Sons of Anarchy, because I have to be in the mood to watch something. And to be honest, if it's not something that I think is normally my standard TV, I'm like, I'm gonna have to force myself to sit through a little bit. So part of me is like, nah. Right, I think I've got everything on this level. But no, so I'd started rewatching Sons of Anarchy, not Sons of Anarchy, Supernatural. My brain is minced today because I'm overtired. And you know, there's so much that happens that I thought happened later. Like, I'm into season 3 and I was like, I honestly thought a lot of that was later on. I didn't realise it was so early in the show. Right, so we've got another level to go down. Right, so we need to break these away so that we can, as we go down each level, we need to remove from the sides so that we can break it down. I don't know why I'm doing the extra layer. I just am. I think that's maybe because I just don't want things to get stuck. Interesting. I've been rewatching actually a lot of shows that I've seen in the past that I haven't watched in a while. So I worked my way back through The Mentalist. I worked my way back through Lie to Me, and now I'm working my way through Supernatural again. I tend to do that. I tend to just sort of rewatch stuff. I know a lot of people are like, they can't do that once they've seen it once. They can't rewatch a series. I put things on as background noise while I'm doing other things. So when I say I'm rewatching it, I technically am, but I'm doing other things at the same time. So I'll be doing some craft work or whatever rather than necessarily staring religiously at the screen. Comes like a background show. So I'm rewatching it, but I'm also not watching it. I'm kind of, yeah. Okay, let's go along and drop. I think I need to drop that wall there, because this looks like it's going to be stuck to the... I think if I don't, it's not going to drop when I drop the sides. Right, so I've dropped the sides, and now I'm going to drop the roof. Or should I say the floor that's connected to this piece. I haven't cut anything, so it won't move, but it's at least separating it. Okay. Let's have a look at what needs to come down. Yeah, probably clear the next level and then drop everything to there where the heavy load is. That looks like my thought process at this point. So let's go down and start clearing the next layer. The issue I'm going to have is I'm not going to probably be able to throw out to the truck. Might try clear some space. And get a bit I can throw from, like there. And then take off the roof that might be blocking me. I might be able to throw to it from there. try that. We can try that. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Alright. That's gonna work. So what I might do, just so I know which one it is, take out the entranceway, so I know which one I'm looking for when I need to come back to it. There we go. Right, so let's clear this floor next. I'm presuming these are meant to be floors that collapse down because your rooms, you wouldn't be able to see down from your room. That would be weird. I think there's people that complain that they have to walk to the other side of the ship to get to stuff, even though you're like, it's not exactly massive. And well, it is massive, but it's not like you're crossing a city. You know, it's you know, you're not walking 3 miles to get to it. And it's all inside. It's not, you know. Imagine there would be, you know, there's going to be people that complain about that crap, right? There is going to be, isn't there? Isn't there? There is going to be. Underappreciated fact that they're on a floating work of art, really, essentially. It is hitting. I heard the boom, which is what I was listening for. I'm still looking for electric boxes, metal racks, and iron, but the iron will come as I bring down the hull. Washing machines, aluminium, and gold. Okay. That one, I'm in the wrong one, that's why. I don't have the throw space. It's this one. All right. So that side cleared out. Need to continue working on this side. The fact that they have prints on the wall of some famous pictures, that's kind of cool. Oh, it's a slow process, but somebody's got to do it. With a big yawn. That's what I mean. This game kind of shuts you down. It's a good one to play right before bed, to be honest. Well, not right before bed, but right before you start doing your settle down plans for the day. It's, yeah, it very much is a chill down game. It's not exactly adrenaline rushy, and I think it is hard to kind of, especially on days like today when I'm super tired, it's like very easy to get into that yawning chill out rhythm. Oh, I went one too far. Okay. Alright, what's in this room? I think these rooms are all kind of similar. I mean, maybe that's the argument. Maybe if you had the full ship, it would be too repetitive and too boring. But I think, I don't know. I think it would be quite interesting. I think it's very different if you were doing it for a YouTube channel. Yes, it would be very repetitive and a bit boring. But I think for yourself playing, I think actually it would be very... What's the word I'm looking for? Cathartic? That's the word I'm looking for, right? You know what, I'm gonna go up and get that one because it's gonna bug me. Pretty sure cruise ships aren't supposed to have mold on the wall, but you know, hey ho. I'm hoping... Oh, it always lags when it's saving. It's just because it's so big. I do like, however, that they thought through getting around the broken down ship. So having walls that have gone that you can still get through, etc. I think that, so having this room with a missing wall at the back so you can get out to this section. That's... I like that they've done that. That shows that they did walk around it themselves, or that you can do a little bit of parkour but you get to it, like here. I do like that they did that. I'm assuming the devs walked around it once they built it to check that it flowed the way they hoped. That just takes us back in there. That's gonna drop you down, so don't go there. There's all the washing machines that I still need. Alright. Interesting. What's in that? Saving a little bit. At least you don't have to buy your lockpicks. I mean, I'm surprised they didn't make you do that, actually. So, I think at this point, I think I've done the majority of this level. I'm not overly worried. I think the thing that we need to be thinking about now is this level here. And, so where does this connect? Because if I drop the roof above, I just don't want... Right, the roof above's not connected, so this floor here that's holding it all, right? At this side, so we don't want to separate this side, okay. Oh. But what we do need to do is drop the roofs from above, the floors from above, so that we can... I went too far. Sometimes you just have to tap it ever so slightly. Right, I think what we need to do is get the floors above out so we can release these heavy elements. I think that's essentially the thought process, right? All right. Nice. Okay, nice. Oh, perfect spot. Okay, so the other thing we need to do potentially is bring down the walls on this level. So that we can drop everything above, right? What I like about this one so far has been that there seems to be more control over that. Like, so if I hit there, they're far enough away that it's not destroying the floor connector. I really like that they've done that. That is making it so much better. All right. Or if I just don't bother my arse and I hit them, that also works. Right. I think I just need to... do you know what I might do? I'm going to clear this level first. So I think because there's stuff getting in my way. So let me wander around and do a bit of a clear first. And then we can look at leveling the walls. I was kind of doing it as I went, but it's kind of going to cause me issues in terms of stopping, starting. I'd rather just clear it. And then I can do a cut through for you guys once I brought down the walls. I'm just thinking about the length of the video. I'm just trying to be... making it as useful as possible. Right, so we've got that. What's over here? Right, well, this isn't going to hold it up because there's nothing over there. So once we... I might need to take... I'm just looking at things that I might need to... I'll do over here for the moment. I might need to take stuff down over there as well. We'll see. I need to... My brain isn't quite... I'm so tired. My brain is not quite working today in terms of... And you can probably hear in my voice. I feel very kind of lethargic and tired today. So my brain isn't quite connecting all the dots, unfortunately. So... yeah, it was weird. I was gonna say, there's no way that's making out. So see, that looks like a... so close. That didn't help, Becky. Right, so this is just big pieces in here. Nothing in there. I don't think I've seen any electricity in this one. Or pipes. I don't mean those pipes, I mean boom boom pipes. Boom boom pipes, but you know what I mean, guys. Going for full descriptive levels today. Right. Let's take down the walls over this side, shall we? Okay, let's go. Right, so I've taken down all of this. Yeah, I've been lazy with the boxes, guys. Just because I can't reach it and I'm not faffing around. So, I don't think when I do this it's going to bring it down, because I suspect this is also holding it up. There's a few connector pieces that are going to be holding it up, but I can only go and take a look, really. I mean, this side of the ship is in pieces, really. Ooh. Lag spike, save. So they've got laundry machines on the cruise ship. Is it a service, like they come and collect your stuff, wash it and bring it back? Or is it a case of it's like a laundromat, you go and you do it yourself? Anybody know? Just out of curiosity. I know nothing about cruises. Absolutely nothing. And yeah, Google is your friend, but to be honest, sometimes it's better just talking to people who've done it. They might know more. Because unfortunately people do put false information on the internet on occasion. I do think I'm gonna need to take down some of these walls. I'm gonna do that now. So hopefully the only thing holding all of this up, hopefully, is these incredibly two strong bolts. We will find out. We will find out. Let's do it. No. Okay. Ah. This, I haven't disconnected the front piece. That'll do it. Right, that'll do it. Let's back up. Watch it all come down. Oh, that's satisfying to watch. That was very satisfying to watch. Right, so now I need to do some cleanup so that I can start getting these heavy elements out. All right. Okay, so that should be the majority of it cleared. I think obviously there's stuff that's fallen down that I haven't been able to pull off. But I'll get to them when I get to those floors. I'm not going to overly stress running down and cleaning up, just because there's quite a lot of it that's gone down now. I haven't used the magnet, and the reason for that is I had a suspicion that there's always going to be bits you've missed, and I'm really glad I didn't actually, because I found 2 safes in the process of while I was clearing up, so better to not use the magnet. Assuming the information I have about the safes is correct. I need to take down Budge. Oh, there's a mobile cargo unit down here. Excellent. Right. Okay. I'll get you away, and you away, and then you away, and you away. Right. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, let's get this. Let's get Spider released, which almost screwed me over on one of the submarines. Alright, that should be all of this level stuff. There is a one below, but I'm not worried about that just yet. So what I might do while that's going is sort of, there's stairs here, so I might come down these stairs and pick up some stuff so I can actually start finding my way around that lower level. I think this is the last level before it drops to the nothing. So, yeah. Or maybe not. Maybe there is another... No, it is. Yeah, yeah. Where's the truck? What? Alright. So we've got more to take out down here, so we need to drop another layer by the looks of it. So once they're done, we can start dropping the sides. Might start over here. Alright, let's do this. I was going to say, there's probably walls underneath that's going to keep it up, which is fine. So let's find them. Okay, let's find those walls, shall we? Alright, here. Alright, let's pop it. Pop it and drop it. Oh, missed one. Alrighty. What I'm tempted to do is just... do that, and then I can let that out. Or not. It's blocking it now.
पास कोई जहाज है?
Right. Once that's out, I can drop a little bit more around here to let... I'm just trying to access that easier, that's all. Right.
मैं जल्द ही बाहर आऊंगा। हम संपर्क में रहेंगे।
Excellent. All right. I didn't think that was going in there for a second. Okay, so that's... Yeah. Okay, so that's that done. Let's clean up over here. All the little pipey bits. More sort of stuff. That's fine. Yep, X just randomly throw that anywhere. That works too. Right. Let's finish clearing over here, shall we? Oh, I hear heartbeat monitor. It's finally, we've got electricity in the game. I just feel like it's gone from being about trying to close down hazards to dismantle the ship to being, wow, look at what we can build. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's nice to see them showcasing that. But at the same time, part of you is like, it kind of feels a bit lost without some of the, you know, some of the bonus points, some of the hazards. I feel like there's been very little hazards in this. It's just been pure time element of need to bring it down. I'm not sure if that's how it felt to everybody else, but it doesn't seem to have been a lot of hazard. It's been more just about how big it is, and maybe that's the point. Maybe that's the point of this DLC. It isn't to focus on hazards, and like, because I mean, the submarines were all about figuring out how to remove things without collapsing other things. That was the challenge of the submarines, right? That 100% was, and I'm wondering if this one is purely not a time sink, but in the sense of it's meant to be about the challenge of bringing down massive vessels. That's probably what I would have said this DLC so far has kind of been about. It's just purely size, right? You might disagree, but that is how I feel about this particular DLC. It's purely about bringing down really big ships. It's not, hence why there's limited hazards and other things. Right, I need to reposition because my butt's gone numb. And right, we need to bring this down. Okay, so we've got all those walls down. What is keeping it afloat? Must be some walls over here. Yes, there is a wall here. Okay, let's get this down. The easiest way to do this might be to cut off the connector. Yeah, like that. And bring all the roof down that was over here. That's fine by me. That works. We can get the big ones out that were over here. May as well stick them running it. Oh, does not have. Oh, of course it doesn't. Because I is a numpty. Right. Alright, now get them lifted. You get this one out next. Why does that look like it's about to power a starship? It's like a jet engine. It's just me or... And I still need to get these out as well, but I might just do this the sneaky way of dropping the roof rather than... Okay. Alright, in and round the back here. The answer to that is yeah, but nothing big element-wise, which is fine. so I need to get these pieces out. Oh, I'm so glad that the sparks don't ignite the oil. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine that kind of hazard? That would be... yeah. There's so many more hazards you could very easily have added into this game, but I don't know whether that would have been a good thing or whether that would have made it too frustrating for people. Like, I don't mind complexity in my breakdown games, but I know for other people it's more, they more want to chill out with something mindless, so it might be that they wouldn't like a lot of the more complexity of it. I mean, I could imagine that would have put people off the submarine DLC. Come on, you son of a...
हेलो क्या हाल है
Oh, it's nice. It's going, which means I can get more of this crap out as well. I believe the term we're looking for is stoter. Right. Is that not... I thought that might be full. Okay. There's some at this side as well. Alright, okay, let's... What I was thinking is, could you technically get in and do these without having to pull it? No. Okay, that's fine. That's what I was wondering. Ah. Well, isn't that interesting? So the bigger one needs to come out before this side can come out. Okay, well, that makes things interesting. Alright. So let's... Can we get down there then and get this guy out? And do you know what else has dawned on me? There's not been any, well, I wouldn't have expected there to be radioactive on a cruise ship, but it could be that something in the engine room, now that it's damaged, is radioactive. You know, it doesn't have to be waste. It could be like a particular type of engine or something. Just a side thought. I mean... Oh, for goodness sake, I'm not having a good afternoon. Right. Yeah, so I need to go down and check the next levels and where it's connected and held on. So that if I drop... So it is held on this level, that's fine. So that if I drop the floor above, I'm not gonna... Essentially, I'm not gonna cause chaos. I think the electricity was a bit of an afterthought there. They were like, oh, we've not thrown any hazard, no, sticking electricity in. What do we think? Right, so let's separate the floors above. I'm very curious as to how long those two sections. I don't think those two sections will take me long at all. I think this was another big chunk of it, so let's continue round, clear out a bit. Hey, another. Are they just rocking back and forth? Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, poopies. Right, should I try to get this out? The bigger objects that you can get out, the less chance you are, one, losing them, and two, you can see better, I think. Okay. The game knew you'd be dropping things down and just kind of that's why it put these two at the bottom, because I kind of knew you'd just be throwing everything downwards.
Hello.
Right, I need to make it easier to get to my truck again. So what I'm gonna do is go up here, release this floor so that the edge pops, and then once the edge pops, I can go release the hull piece. Yeah, I'm going back further than I need to with the floor. It's just so that I can actually access. Yeah, like that. This time I will need to move the truck. Interesting. Oh, that's a magical rope. It goes through metal to get the piece it needs. Love it.
हम संपर्क में रहेंगे।
Alright. I might even go up and see if I can separate more of that. Let's have a look. Yeah, so it's the floor here that's holding this side on, right? Yeah, there it is. There it is. Wrong. Right. Guess I'm not leaving absolutely all the hull pieces to the end. I just want to, it just makes it easier if I can actually throw to my truck. Right, so I've done a little bit of clear up around. I've not gone all the way, but I've got some of it, and that's going to allow me to get, like, this out. Might be able to get these out as well. I do like how they had the pipes going into the heavy elements. That's kind of neat because, yeah, that's essentially what probably would be happening, isn't it? In and out the engines and various other, like, water pressure and pumps and, you know. Okay, let's take that out then. Alright. That's that out. Okay, some more stuff over here. Let's get this all over to the truck. Okay, so let's take down this L wall and this wall here. Alright. All the cleanup. Until you miss. Alright. Alright, what potentially is still keeping it up? Some of these. So do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to run along here and separate the roof here because I think that'll bring down some of that and let me get rid of a whack of stuff. Like so. I'm not stressing about necessarily always doing it like cut the sides, do this, do that. If I can see a better way of doing it, I'm going to do it. That, because everyone's adaptable, isn't it? Every ship, you need to be adaptable with each one that you're doing. Right. That one needs a piece cut off. Hang on. Up. Let me up. Up and over. There we go. I I do find it interesting that by the end they don't feel like the ship you start on, and I think that's quite fascinating, but that might just be me. And I think it's because obviously walls are disappearing, so it changes up the feel that you're having. I don't know if it happens for everybody else, but I feel like when the time I get to the end of a ship, it was not the ship that I started on. You know, that kind of disassociation, disillusion kind of thing. Get these out.
हेलो क्या हाल है हम संपर्क में रहेंगे
Right. And then we need to get these out, right? So
कोई बात नहीं
let me shuffle because my butt's gone numb again. Right, so we need to bring down some of these walls, right? Do we need to bring down these walls? Yes, we do. Well, at least bring down the one that's at the edge, because that'll not come down when the other things come down. It's just, I'm just trying to work out what's holding some of it up now. It's like, I know there's that bit in the middle, but can I cut to some of it and then let it all drop, really, is kind of the thought process. So I don't have to cut all the blooming walls. That helps. That does not help, Becky. Do not throw them randomly away. Right. I love it when gravity decides it's going to do its own thing. I'll leave that on because we've still got that to go, but we can throw things into it from once this all collapses. Wall that stayed up, great. Right, let's see what we can throw into that mobile cargo. There's definitely nothing down here, like no hidden safes that I can see. I mean, there's not, but I don't see anything, which hopefully means I can use the magnet to clean all that up. How close are we to being done with that thing? Right. Right. And I teleported through. Great. Love it. Do you know what I might do is go release the sides over here. Might as well. Feels like when you look like that, it looks like I've got nothing to do, so I've still got the mountains to do, but I don't really. Oh, that was hidden away. Sneaky, sneaky.
क्या आपके पास कोई जहाज है?
Right. Get over there and clear off on top of that, maybe. Whew. That looks like that is.
मैं जल्द ही वहां आऊंगा.
Right. It's interesting how when it's down on its side, it looks more like a plane. It looks more like a plane element than it does sides of a ship. But yeah. It's maybe just the way my brain sees it.
हम संपर्क में रहेंगे.
Right, get rid of that.
कोई बात नहीं.
Let's pop this bad boy.
क्या आपके पास कोई जहाज है? हेलो, क्या हाल है? हम संपर्क में रहेंगे.
Alright. That should get that stuff. I mean, to be honest, I should be able to use the thing to clear it up, because I'm not likely to. I mean, I might have missed the odd safe, but I would have missed mountains of them. The hell? Oh, okay. I was like, it does like to teleport me when it does that, doesn't it?
मैं जल्द ही वहां आऊंगा. कोई बात नहीं. क्या आपके पास कोई जहाज है? हेलो, क्या हाल है?
pick up the boxes so that they don't go awry when the magnet comes over. I'm in. Box over here somewhere. Yeah, because the magnet does seem to be able to shoot the boxes into oblivion. Right, that should be... Yeah, so we can just let the magnets sort of do their stuff while we're kind of picking up the pieces that it hasn't gotten and cleaning up a little bit. Okay. Alright. Piece that hasn't picked up. Piece that hasn't picked up. Alright. Okay. So we still got loads to kind of get collected. Right. And what I'm going to do while that's going is start peeling some of these sides off. Let me over. There we go. Is it my inability to jump today? There we go. Right, that'll be a... Oh, hi. Okay. Don't think I've disconnected them. No. Okay. And then that can go. And that can go. And then once that's gone, we can get these bottom pieces picked up. Let's roll this forward. Peel off that piece. Oh, I think I need to use this one for it, don't I? Yeah, I think I needed this winch for it. That's fine. I need to stop mumbling. I realised that when I start to get tired, I kind of start mumbling, and I'm not always as clear on my talking. All right. Okay. Still a middle section to do. I have actually finished all my contracts. You know what I'm going to do? Well, I'm waiting for the crane to finish doing its thing. I'm going to go hand in these contracts because I have finished the contracts. I might as well go hand them in. Oh, sugar it. I think I cut out too soon. Can I go over these? Yeah, there you go. Oh, hey, dude, what are you doing? This bay. I liked this bay. I hope we go back to that bay because I feel like the last couple have all been at the yeah. Let's do the contracts, shall we? Right, so if you take the 5k off that I just got, that was 7k. So I got about what, 6k from the safes. It shows you don't really want to miss the safes. Completed the Big Blue Dream contracts. There we go. Achievement. Another achievement on the list. We're not even finished yet. Right, so I've been going about 3 more hours today, so add that to the 3.5, so we're at 6.5. So I did estimate 8 to 9 hours to do, and I think that's going to be right by the time I've done this, all of this. Right.
Hello, क्या हाल है? मैं जल्द ही वहाँ आऊँगा.
That isn't clear, so why is that not clear? Must have missed a connector. Question is, where is the connector that I missed? That's there, okay. So you know what, I'll just do this myself because the crane's busy. I think that the magnet is useful, but it is thought process, like you say. If it's just as quick to pick something up, just pick it up. And I think, like that, if I'd had to then wait for the magnet, that would have taken me to wait till I finish picking everything up and then go from there. Sometimes it is worth, I think, just doing it by hand. Not every time. I think that's the kind of common sense of this game, isn't it? It's about when it's useful to use the tools and when it's not, essentially.
क्या आपके पास कोई जहाज है?
Picking up all the little bits. Can that go? Yes, it can. Alright. That. Why can't I get that piece? Am I just too close to it?
Hello, क्या हाल है?
Probably. Oh, there's stuff above it. Right. Okay. Ooh. That was not my plan. Right. Let's. Yeah. Okay. Can we separate that side? I think if we separate that side, that's another bit we can get away. Whoa. Let's go. It's not. Boom. I just got teleported for miles. Connector should be here, right? Yeah. I don't recall being teleported away from them in previous ones. Maybe I was and I don't remember, but I don't think it did that. I used to just go boom next to you and that was it. Let's get this side. Oh look, there's... It didn't even dawned on me that there's those bits down there. So I think there's 3 main hull sections left. On either side, which is quite a bit down actually. I mean, it's taken us, what, 6.5 hours to get to this stage, but... There's only a little bit on each side. The middle section's completely gone. So, I mean, what do we reckon? I don't think. Oh, an hour a side? Maybe, not even.
Hello, क्या हाल है?
We'll do some cleanup of the bits that we've done. Right. All the bits that fell through, even before we lifted it by crane. Right, I'm happy with that. I think that's, yeah, I think that's fairly clean. Maybe the odd piece that's missed, but I think that's it. Right, okay, so we need to start separating the sections. I'm going to do this side first. Right. I was debating whether I'd take a break, but I think I'm just going to get on with it and get it done. What time are we at? Yeah, because if I get on and get it done, it'll be a late dinner, but it'll be dinner. Or I can do one bit, pause to go make some dinner, and then, yeah.
कोई बात नहीं.
I just kind of feel like I want to get this one done now. Like, I don't want to drag it on over another day. I feel like, yeah, I've been a bit sleepy, and although in saying that, I was harping on a short time ago about taking breaks when I probably should take breaks. That's this floor clear, right? Let me just shake this down to be sure. That's this floor down. Right, so first things first, let's separate it from the side. Alright. access to my truck is the thing that matters. There we go. I was going to say, there's going to be a few more saves yet, isn't there? I'd estimate probably by the time I've got all the remaining saves, it's probably going to be the better part of, what, 6.5, 7 grand that I've got from the saves. I mean, it shows you why you don't really want to miss them. Nice. There's another safe. Oh, but it's open. Okay. Boom. Oh, that's a save. Other way. Another touch more. Another touch more. There you go. Oh, it's going to be so satisfying when it's done. It's going to be like, yeah, see that? I did that. Oh, yeah. Right, is there another floor after this? I don't think so. I think this might be the last floor. And if so, I'll have done that in, what, 15 minutes? Not even? 10 minutes? That doesn't include cleanup, but... we'll see. It might not be. There might be another floor under this. Yeah, there's another floor. Okay. It's just a smaller floor. Okay. Alrighty. I'm going sideways because it just means I've got it all cut through for when I need to then cut the floor out, so it's just ease rather than anything else. Plus there's not exactly a walkway on that side, so I have to go cut through or try somehow parkour with the rope round. Might as well make it easier on myself, to be honest. Anything in there? No. Okay. And this is definitely going to be the bottom layer, I think. Yeah. I mean, that one has a layer below, though. So I don't know, maybe? This is really thin now, so I think not. And this was the smaller side. that was remaining. So let's get this floor knocked out and let's see. Doop, ba-doop, ba-doop. There we go. Whee! Nice. Have I got cut points at this side that need to go? I do, so let's get these done. Up. Or not. Up. Oh, that one didn't teleport me, thankfully. You know, because I'm just so disappointed I didn't get teleported into oblivion. Because, you know, I was looking forward to seeing, you know, all the Daedra. And maybe Fred. Ba-doop, ba-doop. Let's get it done. Right.
क्या आपके पास कोई जहाज है? Hello, क्या हाल है?
Alright, and while that is doing, I'm gonna go pull this. No, Becky. Just no. Oh. I missed a connector. Ah, bottom one. And over here too. Hey, I'm actually slightly disappointed I'm not getting teleported.
कोई बात नहीं.
Just like- Alright. So, based on that, it has taken me about 15 minutes or so to do
मैं जल्दी बाहर आऊँगा.
this. But now, it was the smaller side. But still. So, hopefully...
हम संपर्क में रहेंगे.
I'm still waiting for that to move so that I can move the truck a bit. There we go. I'm not going to overstress the cleanup because still got to drop that side anyway. Could do. Just cut middle points and then oh, that went green.
Hello, क्या हाल है?
Oh, you pain in the ass. You've got a cut point across the beam. Oh, that's mean. Oh, son of a... Right. If I can get... what I'm thinking is if I can get that, I can get that. Okay, so a few things cut out. The end is in sight. We've just got that last little bit up there to do. Hopefully it won't take as long as the other pieces. That's a bit bigger than the last one, so it might take a little bit more. But the last one has taken me, what, 20 minutes. So I think overall I'm not too worried. If I can do it within an hour, I think I'd be quite happy, because then it would be sort of, it would be closer to the, so we're hitting about, we're just shy of 3.5 now. We did 3.5 the other day, so that's, we're at 7. So if I can do it within the hour, that takes me to the 8, which is what I estimated. I estimated 8, maybe 9. So if I can get it under the 8, I think I'd be really happy. Especially given that I've not been quite as with it today as I normally am, so my brain isn't exactly running on full steam ahead. And no, it's not a terrible pun, because we're not on the steamships. So let's... Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to bring this down. And into here. I think that's a good idea. Okay, let's start. Let's do this. Let me up. First things first, let's get these out. No, Becky. This might be the last of the heavy elements. I mean, there might be one or two still hidden, but I think that's probably the last of the heavy elements. Alright. Floor above. Right. Is there a floor above? No. Right, so this is the top floor for me. So I'm going to work my way through them like I did on the other side, and just kind of, that way I can cut the sides out as I go. Okay. Maybe I actually would have been better keeping it up there, because the throw is a bit tight. Although it'll get easier as I get lower, I guess. Okay. Right, so that's this layer. Next layer. That layer doesn't need cut from the sides. we're fine there. Obviously some kind of maintenance storage. And backing onto some rooms. Okay. Right, well, what I can do... Let's take the floor back, because I can see that. Okay. And then go sideways from here. My brain is in pure logic. I just want this done mode now, to be honest. So the doors to these rooms would have been out off this way. But obviously the that part of the ship's already collapsed, so... Oh, okay, let's not. Okay, that's this floor done. Let's drop a level. Start at the far end, I think. Okay. It's another safe. Where are you? Okay, let's do what I did on the other side. I'm going to cut through each one as I go, so that I can drop the roof or the floor essentially to make it easier for cutting away for dropping it all. Seems like the most logical thing to do. Why stress about bringing it all down when if you take it away, it's because of the drop, it's all just going to come away anyway. Let's not overly make it too complicated for ourselves. Okay. Is there anything in there to clear? Nope. Okay. We'll get it clear. We will get it done. Because, you know, we can do it. I just want it done. I'm just like, can we be done now? Plus, I'm kind of hungry. I kind of want dinner. I kind of didn't really have lunch. I had because I was up so late, I had sort of like a brunchy type thing, but I didn't really have a large one. I had a sort of small one, so I'm actually kind of hungry. I'm kind of like, food. I don't even know what I'm going to have for dinner. Got some bread, some gluten-free bread that needs used up. I might maybe make some sweet potatoes fries in the air fryer. Hand make them, obviously. And maybe have them in some of the bread. Just have a chipley. That sounds nice, actually. Nice chill Sunday. Sometimes I do a roast on a Sunday, but I can't be arsed today. Plus, I didn't take any meat out to do a roast, so. Crap. Alright, next one. Don't know why there's two bedside tables when it's a single bed. Not sure that makes logical sense, but alright, unless that's meant to be the really game. The height of luxury or something like that. I just cut these as I go. Might as well. Makes sense. Alright. I could easily have jumped in there, but I would still have to take this wall down anyway, so... or when I drop the floor, so I might as well just do it. Kinda seems pointless to skip that point. Getting there slowly. I think it'll be like the other side. There'll be less and less the further down the layers we go, I suspect. But I mean, I could be wrong on that one. Right, that's this layer. So let's... Alright. Ooh, that piece moved. Oh, another one to go. Alright, let's do it. Oh, I can't see the truck to throw at it though. There we go. These rooms do look quite nice, quite cozy. Let's be honest, always having your own bathroom is always a good thing. Ugh, I hate sharing a bathroom. I hate sharing a bathroom even when I have a partner. I'm like, no, use the other one. I think I clipped that there. I don't think that went. All right. Turn my torch on. It's a bit darker in these little bits. Just because there's rooms above, so it's not quite, the light's not quite reaching. Miss a cut point yet? I don't think I did I? Becky. No, there it is. I was going, there must be a cut point around here somewhere. Alright. Maybe they're not. Maybe they were twin rooms, but one of the beds is just not there anymore. You know, because not everything's gonna, you know, maybe the other bed was in good enough condition that it got sold or something. Ah, who knows? Because some of these rooms don't have their toilets and stuff, so it's possible that they did strip out some of the stuff out the ship beforehand. Oh, interesting. Oh, I've done all the way up to here. Oh, I saved myself a lot of work. Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful. Love it. Because that was when I was initially trying to work out where I was cut to. Oh, I love it when I make my life easier. Alright, that means the floor can go. Don't think I did any lower than this, because I think this was where I changed my mind about where I was cutting to, so I don't think the floor under this will be done. No way, is that the last layer? No, look, there's a layer over there. I thought that was my last layer for a split second there, and I got very excited. What's out in the hallway? Jump over. Jump over. Okay. I'm not stressing with the boxes right now, guys. Okay. Oh, nice. Nice, 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 nice. That's right, these were the medical bays, weren't they? That's when I stopped and I kind of went back because I was like, nah, this doesn't feel right. I think I need to cut it off at a different section, and I did. Does that curve around there? Yes, it does. Okay. Probably not going to be many safes at this point, to be honest. Oh, I'm so excited. Try not to burst into song so I can get myself copyrighted or demonetized. It's so, you just want it though. I just want to. Like, yeah, come on. Almost done. This is exciting. This is beautiful. I think I just need to cut through now, don't I? I mean, I could have done that there, but I had a walkway and I had stuff on the other side of the walkway too, so... Come on, come on. I can't believe this is a second of 3 of the big cruises and I've almost done it. That's like, I've gone through these ones faster than I thought I would. I thought these would feel like I've been on this DLC forever, but I don't feel like that at all. I felt a bit more like that with the submarines. But I think that's because they were mentally taxing in terms of working out the puzzles, and but in a good way. It's 100% not a complaint. I think overall as a DLC, my favourite DLC has been the submarines, just because it was more complicated. I think when you got to the end of the DLCs, there was a level of satisfaction, feeling of, yeah, I did that, and it was great. I think with these ones, there's more a level of, oh, it's finally done, more, but not necessarily in a, yeah. I think though they could have done the whole ship, and they could have added in way more. What's the word I'm looking for? It's gonna go. Yeah, there you go. Woo! It's still falling out of the sky. Hazards. Hazards is the word I'm looking for, people. Making that one above. Yeah. Okay. So we need to get the crane going. As long as they're dead, don't start talking to me on the walkie-talkie. We're fine. I was about to go, oh, there's ticks on the side with the music notes. No, the ticks are from using the winch. Oh, I'm such a muppet sometimes. I am. But you know what? I can admit it.
कोई बात नहीं हम संपर्क में रहेंगे कोई बात नहीं मैं जल्द ही वहां आऊंगा क्या आपके पास कोई जहाज है
Sometimes you click it and then you move too quickly away from it so it doesn't register you've clicked there, and it, yeah. That is the only downside to doing it the way I broke it up, was there was a lot of hull pieces left at the end, but nah, that's what it is.
कोई बात नहीं क्या आपके पास कोई जहाज है
Right, I'm going to do a few more seats. I'm not going to overly stress it, guys. I think I got the majority of it, so maybe the odd bit under that I've missed. You know, that glitched through, but other than that, I think I'm kind of there. It's going to be nice that it's all done. The next one is, I think it's the same price, but I don't know. It's obviously just going to be a different construct, I think, is the idea. I'm wondering if that's going to be a whole one, but at the same price, so it's a smaller vessel, but a full vessel, or if it's going to be, like this one, a partial one. That'll certainly be interesting to find out. Right, I think we are done. Let's go do our job and hand in. I know I'm not sitting through the, like, what, 8,000-9,000 sort it would be. Screw that. Yeah, I did see a piece. Yes, I saw that. There's no way that's a piece, is it? Really? Holy crap. Oh, that's a really narrow little ledge. Alright. That's a lot to sort. I am not doing that. Let's see what we got. Yeah, 9,000. There was no way I was doing that. Alright. I know you get an extra 10%, guys, but... you lose 10% even to do that, but no. Right, so the next ship I think is also 15k, which we already have. I might go have a look at what I think I've got all the upgrades except for the magnet upgrade, so hang on. I just almost lost my voice there. I have sorted, right? Yes, so I can scrap. Okay, so the next one. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I did that. I did that in under 7.5, including the sword. Whoa! That's a good one. Okay, so those are the fishing ship ones. There's actually quite a few. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 fishing ships. 3 steams. I think that's supposed to be a replica of the Titanic. So we still got this one to do. Oh, see, you can see the gap in it if you're paying attention. Look. So I'm trying to see. I don't see a gap, but the gaps could be on the other side. Oh, no, that looks like that breaks off there. So I'd say it's not going to be a whole one. It's the same price, but it's not going to be a whole one. Those ones look more like they're whole. Right, anyway, so we need 15k. I've got a load of stuff I can sell. I can still do some upgrades for the house as well. I'm gonna have a look at the next tools thing. I think I've got all the tools, but I think it's like the magnet and stuff. Let's have a look.
Shubprabhat, my friend.
Yeah, all my hammer. I'm a level 10 on all my tools, but my crane has not been up. Okay, let's have a look. Alright, what have you got?
Aap kya chahte hain, my friend?
Yes, it's magnet level 3. Oh, it's only 3k. I thought it was 30k. So grabbing size goes up more. I can grab more, okay? Oh. Crane speed level 5, 15k. Wow, that'll be interesting.
Namaste, my friend.
Wait, let's see. Got a lot of that we can sell, right? Just sell some of that. And then...
Namaste.
Ooh, that's a magnet max level. Okay. So... I'm just wondering. Yeah, because 15 grand. So I'd need another 5 grand to do that. So can I?
आपका स्वागत है.
Let's see. I'm not, other than actually using them for the upgrade, I'm not really using the materials, am I?
Aap tools kharidna chahte hain?
Ooh, 30k. Crane level 6 is 30k. Oh my goodness. The last one I was like, I think it's 30k, but it was 3k for some reason. I'd misread it. But yeah.
Shubprabhat, my friend.
It's the crane. Let's go for the crane upgrade. Let's go.
My friend.
Right, so we need 30k to do the last upgrade. I also need another 2 to buy in for this next ship.
क्या चाहिए?
So let's just take some of this, right? There you go. That'll do me. Okay. It's not perfect, but I've got most of my tool upgrades anyway, so I don't think it really makes a difference. So we do have enough now to do the next ship. Plus, I've now just upgraded my magnet and I've upgraded my crane, which hopefully will make things faster and easier. So, with that, guys, I am going to leave this one here. It's been good. The next one is the last one of the floating cities. It could be interesting. Yeah, let's see how it goes. Anyway, going to leave this part here, guys. Hopefully you are enjoying it. I'm going to see you in the next one. Enjoy all.